And Sean Zittel here at the Majestic Hotel in Anaheim, California, as my family celebrates my sister-in-law's birthday at Disneyland about half a mile away. I stayed behind so I could, do the work here, try to make the money for these trips, and check out Errol Spence Jr. against Tim Tszyu from Australia. So thank you, everyone who's going to join me tonight. Let's look forward to the main event. This is a very, very stale undercard, or at least from my perspective, not too familiar with anybody on this undercard. Once Stephen Fulton blew weight by 9.5 pounds, or I guess 6.5 by the time he requested it to be to 133, and not having Jamal Charlo on. Oh, damn. Oh, nice left hand by Akuso. Drops Tejeda early in the 10th. That's going to be it. That's a beautiful straight left hand down the pipe by the southpaw, knocking out the Dominican Tejeda. Man, when I was looking at Tejeda, I was thinking of Miguel Tejeda. But, man, nice, beautiful straight left hand, disguised behind what looked like a little setup decoy right hook, blinding the path, the punch path for the punch vision of the path of the punch against Akuso. Knocks him out in the 10th round. That was a huge straight left hand by Akuso. Yeah, really, really, nice knockout right there from the southpaw. Got to get a look at that on the replay, but thank you guys for joining me here on the live. What's going on, James Dickinson? What's up, North Carolina? Steve Santiago. What's going on, brother? All right, let's take a look at this knockout again. The southpaw. Oh, no right hook behind it. I'm tripping. Just a little bit of a, straight left hand. Okay, no, that wasn't the knockout shot. A touch jab. Yep, and it was a right hook. Okay, so he counters him with a little bit of a pull, straight left hand, steps out of range, touches him with a jab, and then right after that, throws a right hook short to get the distance, and boom, finish off the fight with a straight left hand. Beautiful straight left hand knockout by the southpaw, Akuso. Good stuff by Paulo Akuso, the Aussie, knocking out the Dominicano, Luis Antonio Tejeda, in a battle of undefeated fighters. And the next fight between Ivan Ricardo Actis and Callum Peters, that'll be a fight of two undefeated fighters as well. So let's, if I'm being honest, let's hope we get through these preliminaries quick enough and we can get to the fight we're really waiting for, main event time. But, Steve Santiago, thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says, a little contribution to your vacation fund. Thank you, Steve. Very appreciated, my brother. My Boricua brother. I appreciate that, man. And another one from Elon Joan Williams, thank you, brother. Said, Sean, who wins right now, Janibek or Boots? I'm going to pick Boots against basically anybody these days. But, Janibek, he's going to be a super middleweight when he returns, not a middleweight. So it's not really a realistic fight to prognosticate right now because Ennis is a 54-pounder. Janibek was last a 60-pounder. Got to go through his PED controversy when he gets back. Probably will be back at 168. But I think Ennis is the better fighter. But Janibek is a pretty good fighter before he got popped. He is a very good southpaw with good power and speed, good power in the left hand, tricky, knows his distance, good feinter with the lead hand, not really a huge puncher with the right hand that much, although I think he was busting up Mikhailovich with both hands, but good at, just like Akuso did just now, kind of using the right hand as a setup for the left, a decoy shot. He's very good at doing that, probing, feigning, throwing a right hook to set up his left hand, throwing a right hook to set up his left uppercut. And his right hand was even starting to look a little bit better in fights right before. But, Janibek is a sleeper. He's not a big name. He's not a ticket seller. Doesn't have a fan base, but is a legitimate championship level fighter with skills and power and decent long range, pretty solid, good long range speed. But you ask me Ennis against basically anybody right now, I'm gonna go with Jaron Ennis. So yeah, Janibek ruined a Bud fight. He did. Crawford recently revealing he was looking into that fight, and as a boxing purist, the idea of Crawford winning the middleweight title, that would have tickled my fancy, but I think that would have been cool. And it would have been an interesting fight. So let's see. How do you feel? Let me say what's up, of course, to Maria C, always holding it down in the chat. She says that knockout was beautiful. Hey, Sean, evening chat. Thank you, Maria, for always being in here. And let me see. Janibek's a drug cheat. Well, he's probably not alone, but he actually got caught. So go ahead. Put the trash bin emoji right next to him for that. Let's see. Titus said, what do you mean before he got popped, Sean? He performed differently off the peds? No, I just meant, remember, he didn't have that many fights. I don't even know if, I got it off top, I don't even think Janibek had 20 professional fights. Like, he's one of these guys who started pro at an older age, later in his 20s, and kind of just quickly got into the ranks in the pros and won the WBO title in the thin division. And, how many fights did Janibek have? But basically, what I'm saying is, he was still improved. He's only got 17 fights, so even though he's not a kid, he's in his 30s. He was getting better right before his PED pop, so he was getting better as a champion. I think like the last fight or two, he looked better than the guy who kind of went life and death with Denzel Bentley, which in retrospect, there was no shame in that. Denzel Bentley's a dog and now has that belt he had. So, but yeah, shout out to Pocket saying props to Zittel, always keeping busy. Someone asked me about Joshua. We'll definitely get to that. We got plenty of time to kill before the main event. But super chat from my man Lord Hybrid says, I need Crawford. Thank you for this 20, my man. Said, I need Terrence Crawford to come back and dog walk Boots. Spence going to beat the crap out of Tszyu. That remains to be seen if Spence beats the crap out of Tszyu. I think it's a competitive fight tonight. We got some people using my quote, hashtag, trademark phrase, washed wars. And I'm sorry, Spence fans. I don't mean to make you feel sensitive using that word, but we might get a washed war tonight. Got a washed war with Wilder and Chisora. Had a washed war this afternoon with Joshua and Pregna, and think you might get a bit of a washed war today. What were some other washed wars we had recently? I'm forgetting one or two, but I think you're gonna get one. I think that it's gonna be an entertaining two-way action fight, and I picked Spence by decision, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tszyu stops him. It's literally like a 50-50 fight at the books. There's way more questions than answers. Guys like Paulie have been saying that this week, and Sean, and I agree with them. You know, ultimately, I shaded it ever so slightly to Errol Spence, but I did a video last night with Raheem at 2 in the morning listing all my concerns for Errol Spence in this fight. But back to Terrence Crawford and Boots. Crawford, I wouldn't be surprised if he does come back. He posted that image of him training in the gym so that he could be in good enough shape to give Lester Martinez the work he needs. And Turkey has an inkling he'll come back. Who knows? Crawford kind of shot that down. What's up, my man Boog? L-Dub Boxing in the house. But I think he just looks like he still kind of wants to fight. Something about him, he still has that edge. Like, when you look at Tim and Sean on TNT, and Bud just got there. This could totally change. He could fall in love with this new gig. I believe him when he says he's enjoying the fruits of his labor. You know, he worked his ass off in his career. He completed boxing. He doesn't really have anything. He has nothing to prove. But I just see a guy who still kind of has that edge to his demeanor. That, and guys like Andre Ward and Tim Bradley and Sean Porter, they looked comfortable retiring with their decision. They still like to train. Sean still spars. Tim Bradley still trains. Andre Ward will still spar sometimes. He'll go back to the gym in Hayward with Virgil, get his workouts in. He's teased to come back sometimes, but Crawford still feels like he's shimmering with some of that edge still. And I wouldn't be that hunger, as Maria said. Yeah. He still seems like his hands are a little itchy, man. And I think he still feels like he's the best fighter in the world. I think if you really asked him about it and got him to open up about it, he still thinks right now he could go into a camp and beat any Jaron Ennis. He could still beat anybody. Andre Ward, he talked about how much he had to drain his knee heading into the Kovalev fight. And Crawford, he opened up on Rogan, right? I don't really watch that, but I saw a clip where he said his shoulder, something in his arm, shoulder or his hands, but I think it was his shoulder, wasn't really 100% for Canelo. And he said, that's why I was sweeping the shots, kind of cuffing the shots and not punching with the same emphasis you guys are used to seeing from me. And as he said that, in my mind's eye, I went back to the night of Vegas last year at Allegiant Stadium, and he was kind of sweeping and cuffing his shots. Something about it was a little bit different in the way he's letting his punches out, and it makes sense. So anyways, I say that to say, I'm sure he's not 100% healthy after a long 42-fight career, all those training camps, 38, 39 years old. But Sean had 2 replaced hips. You know, Tim Bradley never truly, will still tell you, has never fully gotten over the effects of the Ruslan Provodnikov fight and had a draw with Diego Chavez, giving him a sign that this is a guy you would have handled a couple years ago, and now, you know, you still feel the Provodnikov fight. You have a draw with a fighter at the level of Diego Chavez, who's not a champion. Andre Ward talking about draining his knee all the time. He seemed full. He seemed happy. All 3 of those guys, Tim, Sean, Dre, they more happily immediately ran into their media roles. And Crawford still looks a little not out of place, but he's not taking to it as quickly. And Crawford, I think, probably still feels like he has enough left in the tank to beat anybody. Whereas those other guys, I think each of their scenarios were a little different. So I think there is a chance Crawford will come back. I don't know if it'll be against Boots. That's what I think we would all want to see. Certainly me, if he's going to come back. But I think he'd have to get paid a shit ton of money. And since it would be a loss, I think we're talking like, you know, $40, $50 million to get him to come back out. And I did the numbers the other night. A fight, in order for a promoter or a network to make a profit off of Crawford coming back to fight a Boots, they would need to sell 1 million pay-per-views at the $80, you know, price point that they tend to have now at pay-per-view. And I don't think that's a 1 million pay-per-view fight. I think it's a 500,000 pay-per-view fight. Pay-per-view isn't what it once was. So what it would take is Netflix having to spend a shitload of money to entice Crawford to get back in the ring. The problem is Ennis isn't there yet. You know, I would spend $1,000 to watch that fight because I know how good it could be. But he's on his way. That Zayas fight was a really good step, but fighting behind a paywall on DAZN, fighters just don't get as famous as they once did in the HBO days, Showtime days, let alone before that, you know. So Ennis in the next 12 months needs like to knock out Fundora, fight Ortiz. He needs to basically become undisputed, and then the Saudis, Turkey, Dana, whoever the fuck pitches Netflix on spending a shit ton of money to make Crawford and Boots fight again. So that's what would have to happen. But I do think if someone puts a lot of money in front of Crawford, and I think if people keep talking about Boots and bringing up Boots to him and keep really thinking Boots could beat him, that's going to tug on the competitiveness of Crawford. But he may even come back for something else. But I just wouldn't be surprised if he comes back. I don't think we're out of the woods yet of Crawford not making a comeback. So, anyways, that's what I think. What's up, C Money? My man Shakien says Washed Wars. Spread the word. I think Dan Raphael used to call them fun old guy fights. All right, is that more politically correct? But I think Washed Wars is just more catchy. Someone mentioned Crawford and Spence. You could forget about that. I don't think that's ever happening again. You know, I really don't. I think, thankfully for the winner of this fight, middleweight's a thin division still, and you got Edenosa, the black Italian, fighting Aaron McKenna, the Irish kid, for the vacant IBF belt. You know, that's a winnable fight. I think Tim Tszyu would look that way more. European fighter going over to Australia. I think if Errol Spence wins, it would make more sense to look at Jesus Ramos for the vacant WBC belt if Adames moves up. If Adames moves up, like he talked about. Or Arislandi Lara for the WBA, you know. But those kind of fighters would make more sense. Spence didn't want to get down to 58. I don't know if he'd want to get down to 54. And I don't think it's a good idea to put him in with Sebastian Fundora, Jaron Ennis, Virgil Ortiz. So Spence versus Crawford too? Nah, I don't think so. Spence versus Charlo. There you go. Spence versus Charlo at 160. You know, PBC and the WBC could pull some shenanigans and be like, if Adames moves up, hey, sorry, Ramos, we know you're the interim, but you're just going to stay the interim. And now for the vacant WBC, it's going to be Charlo and Spence. You can see, but Charlo and Spence is actually probably the best fight for Errol Spence if he can win tonight. I think so. Spence versus Boots? No. You're going to get Errol Spence hurt, man. It's just, the winner of this fight should not go near Fundora, Virgil, or Jaron Ennis. That's just not a good idea. That's just me. You guys could obviously think what you want, but I don't think that's a good idea. You gotta. It's like saying, should the winner of Fury and Joshua fight Moses Itauma? You know what I mean? Like, that's not the phase of their careers they're in anymore. It's not. That ain't it. Now, as for Anthony Joshua, it's I had a reaction video to it with Raheem. I think you could throw out basically all analysis. They're all, look, I'm sorry, Wilder, Fury, Joshua fans. They're all shot. Wilder's shot. He just beat a shot Chisora, an equally shot Chisora. Fury's pretty much, he's shot. I mean, although Fury does still have his little feinty, I remember Al Bernstein talking about, and Joshua has still got offense. Like, it's not that Joshua doesn't have his whatever speed he had in his prime, which was very decent for a man his size and punching power. Joshua still has his speed. He still has his snap, his power. He's still sharp. He just can't take a punch anymore. And psychologically has been through so many bad moments in the ring that combines with a total lack of punch resistance now into a bad combination for him in those areas. Fury is feather-fisted now. He can't punch. He was never the puncher Deontay and Anthony were, but he can't punch. And he used to punch better than he can now. He's not in shape. He was never an Adonis, okay? He was never looked on the scales like those guys did, but he's in worse shape now. He can't punch like he once was able to. Again, not that he was some big puncher, but he was 270. You felt it, okay? That's why he scored stoppages against Dillian White and Wilder and other fighters. But I remember, like, Al Bernstein talk about Sugar Ray Robinson, even when he was old in the 60s fighting on television, he would still show little glimpses of things that were special. Even as he was losing to guys out of the top 5, a shell of his former self, he still would show these little flashes of Ray Robinson. Just like Tyson, when he was shot, still give you a round or so of that peekaboo, and you're like, oh shit, it gives you a glimpse to what they once were. And Manny against Barrios in spots, but Fury it's still pretty to watch him just do his feinting fluidity as a 6'9" guy, but he shot. So you could mix and match those three guys right now, and a lot of the analysis goes out of the window because a lot of your analysis would be predicated on when they were really Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, and Tyson Fury. So they're all pretty toss-up, mixing and matching. What did Raheem say in the video today? I was like, what's the unstoppable force against the immovable object? Whatever Tyson Fury's punching power is now against the punch resistance and chin of Anthony Joshua is the opposite of that. He said, what's the soft pin against the balloon? Something like that. Like, what's the soft balloon against the... You get the point Raheem was making. I still can't remember what exactly he said, but it's like the opposite of that. So Pregna, whose only loss was to a guy who was 2-6 with no knockouts and was 5'11" from Italy, that was his previous loss. He did have 20 knockouts and 20 wins. Anything can happen in the heavyweight division. The guy can punch. No matter who you're fighting, you got 20 knockouts and 20 wins. There's something in your gloves. And Joshua goes down twice. He's got the heart to get back up, win the fight in the second round. A lot of people skeptical of what they saw in the second round, thinking Pregna took a dive or got a call. But I think he was, first of all, he is what he is. He doesn't fight that many rounds if you look at his box rec anyways. He doesn't got probably the greatest stamina, not in the best shape. And I think he didn't want to get caught in between shots against Joshua. He didn't want to get reckless. So he was trying to survey Joshua, not get hit with something big in between, and knew if he landed something again like he did in the first round, Joshua's either going to be on Queer Street or he's going to go down. So just be patient and find that shot again. In retrospect, and it's not rocket science, he should have just emptied the clip and went all out in the window he had to hurt Joshua. Joshua was out of it in the first round. Should have jumped on him with a bunch of combinations. He didn't, so he gets knocked out in the second round. It is what it is. But yeah. So, and Jake Paul winds up going more rounds than Pregna. Then Pringles, pregnant, Christian Prenga, who, yes, could fuck me up. But yeah, some people asking about Josh Kelly in the chat. Look, Josh Kelly is one of the most talented mid champions I've ever seen. Does that make sense? Why do I say he's talented? His hand speed is sick. You know, yeah, he fights at a pretty low volume. He's kind of fragile. He's fragile at the championship level. That's why his face busted up. That's why he got stopped by Avanesian. That's why he got dropped by Bakram. That's why he threw less than 300 punches in the Murtazaliev fight. That's why he ties up a lot instead of fights on the inside. But I say all that to say his hand speed is sick. He has great hand speed and some great coordination on the outside. There's a lot of fighters a lot more durable than him that wish they had his level of talent. So when you add it all up, the sum of his parts, he is more mid than he is really quality or elite. But he's, still being a mid champion means you're a championship level fighter. He is without a doubt a championship level fighter. I just give him props for his hand speed. He has some really, really nice hand speed. He's talented, but again, doesn't really fight on the inside, doesn't really have good durability, doesn't really fight at a high pace. I think part of why he doesn't fight at a high pace is he has a little bit of an erratic rhythm sometimes. There was times in the second half of that Agyarko fight, he's just staying in place and bouncing and kind of that's not being very efficient. Other fighters with his level of speed and talent would just know how to settle it down, make more efficient movements, be a little less erratic in there. Take a step, half step out, step in, little things like that instead of burning up that energy on the bounce when you're not doing anything in that spot. But I say all that to say he's still a very athletic, very fast fighter. And that aspect of him is fun for me to watch and has been fun for him since he was a younger fighter. But, his fights get a little sloppy with the clinching, with the low output and everything. And yes, he is food for Jaron Ennis. Yes, he is food for Sebastian Fundora and Virgil Ortiz. But he's a talented fighter. He is. Big problem for him against Jaron Ennis is just as athletic as he is, but punches much harder, is a lot tougher, throws with a lot more volume, and has a great jab out of both stances. So where Kelly will always have the advantage on the outside, he won't against Jaron Ennis. Jaron will mix up his jab, double it up, be busy with it, take away that outside range from him, and fuck him up. So, but that being said, I still got a soft spot for Josh Kelly because the dude has really good hand speed, and that's always a great thing to have. Does that make sense, chat? Sean, do you agree no fighters are really talking that shit? None of them in press conferences or interviews use their mouthpiece to sell a fight. A lot of they all coach speak from the NFL and the NBA has proliferated a lot more in the modern era of boxing, where it's just, I'm going to go in there, do what I got to do, and, I can adapt to any style. And, just a lot of cliches and derivative talk that rinse and repeat that other people say, and then when they do talk, it's defensive, and they'll never give me my credit, and people don't know shit about boxing, and blah 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 blah. Basically, being Floyd Mayweather with like a tenth of the charisma. When Floyd said it, it was Floyd saying it, and then Floyd would knock out interviews, and Floyd would mix it up with with charisma and real shit talk and give you a storyline heading into the little 24/7 stuff and poke at people and make jokes. And now they all say a lot of the same shit. And the guys that are talking a lot of shit, it's like, Ryan Garcia, Conor Benn. Ryan's a legit championship level guy. Conor Benn hasn't proven to be, may never. And it's something about it is just kind of cringe and try hard, So, yeah, I think a lot of guys, I love Boots, but he doesn't really sell his fights that well. Now he makes up for it in the ring as a very exciting fighter. Abdullah Mason isn't going to sell. I love Abdullah. I think he's the next kind of Jaron Ennis, Terrence Crawford-like fighter, like exciting, elite, delivers stoppages and highlight real stuff, electrifying talent. And I like the appetite for smoke tagline, but he's not gonna say any quotes. Every now and then he will. Every now and then his sincerity in wanting all the smoke it's good. And Jaron Ennis wants all the smoke, but Terrence Crawford too was like that. Errol Spence was like that. Manny Pacquiao was like that, but because he had a whole nation surrounding him and he was in multiple fight of the year type fights, and that made up for it. Oscar De La Hoya would be a bad quote in his prime, but he made up for it with a smile and the gold medal and exciting fights too. Fast hands, combinations, left hook knockouts. But yeah, I mean, like I interviewed Jahai Tucker over the weekend. Now that's an interesting character. And you saw his shit with Yuri Cedeno at the undercard press conference. That's a guy in a good way with a screw loose who is colorful and is gonna say some shit that'll make you laugh, make you be like, what'd he say? And that's a guy with personality, but we just don't know if he's that good. And I like Jahai, New York stand up, but a guy like Jahai Tucker is a character. Ricky Hatton was a character. Floyd Mayweather was a character. And Roy Jones, when he would start talking shit, 60-40, get your ass whooped. 60-40, get your ass. HBO, we talk tonight, and all that. Like that's color and that's charisma, and you don't always get a lot of that in today's game. So, anyways, so we're into this fight now. Callum Peters, the Argentinian Actus. Peters with some pink trunks. Argentinians can punch, man. You got to be careful. And actually, I think Abdullah is the next great fighter from the United States, but his mandatory or his number one contender, that Chavez kid who slept somebody a couple months ago on the Jarrell Miller Peril undercard. Who was it that he slept? It was a notable guy. But Alan Chavez is a dangerous, high-risk, low-reward fight for Abdullah Mason right now, if the Argentine. He's a good, talented, lightweight, undefeated fighter. So, 2 more undercard fights than Spence. Yes, sir. So, Callum Peters fighting with his hand, trying to be creative in there. Not always bringing his hands back home. But confident guy, letting his hands go. Actus trying to step around, give him some stuff. But guys, give me some topics here. I honestly don't want to focus too hard on these undercard fights. I mean, I got my eyes on them, but AB had that shit to him. He did. Did I see the Boo Boo fight? I did. Got a quick first round knockout. Good for Demetrius Andrade. Good for Demetrius Andrade. He did get that first round knockout. Right hook. Following the guy, pulling straight back with his left hand and then bringing the hook behind it, knocking him out. Andrade would make for a good opponent against the 68s that are still trying to really build a profile. Iglesias, Shiraz, even Pacheco. I think experts would look at that as maybe an underwhelming offering for a guy like Pacheco or Shiraz, because Andrade has one fight in 3 years since losing to Benavidez, this first round knockout. But he's a known veteran in the game, former 2-division champion. Why not? Why not let Munguia or Pacheco or Shiraz, especially in a stay busy fight? Why not? I mean, it's better than Emmanuel Alim. It's better than Simon, the German. what was his last name now, Chad? I already forgot. The guy who took Shiraz the distance tonight. And by the way, I'm going to talk about this with my man True School. If you go back to the comments in my post-fight breakdown of Pacheco, where I said I thought he looked good. I thought he looked better under Buddy McGirt. He actually used his jab at 6'4". He actually imposed it and looked significant, looked better alone just from actually imposing his jab at 6'4" under Buddy McGirt. And people, oh, he'll get washed by Khamzat Shiraz. He sucks, yada, yada. I mean, Shiraz went 12. And people were saying last week we weren't impressed with Pacheco stopping Emmanuel Aleem. And I said, well, I mean, the boxing world seemed fairly impressed with Lester Martinez handily beating Aleem for the interim title over 12 rounds. But people are like, they're scoffing at Pacheco's performance against Aleem. Not that it was, Crawford Spence, not that it was some masterpiece, but I thought it was a good, strong showing by Pacheco, who showed some improvement in his first fight with Buddy. And everybody's saying Khamzat would smoke him. Well, Khamzat went 12 rounds, with a southpaw, but a durable guy, but a guy who's nothing special, a guy who had no dynamic quality to him, not really a puncher, not fast, just a straight up and down southpaw. Even him being a southpaw overstates it a little bit. Okay, he was a southpaw, but the first thing the annoying British commentators brought up in the fight is that he was a square southpaw. He wasn't like, he was squared up for the most part, high guard, and he was durable. He held up to Shiraz's power well and deserves credit for that. And was resourceful and sound, right? But good fundamentals. But again, not a lot of hand speed, not a lot of punching power, not a lot of tricks or feinting. No different looks out of just a high guard. And he held up to the left hook to the body well. That was the one punch Shiraz was cooking with in this fight. You did wonder, was there something up with his right hand in training? Because he hardly threw his right hand in this fight. He was just using it as a setup for the left hook to the body. He ripped a couple of right uppercuts. He chopped the right hand a few times, but didn't seem to be throwing it at full leverage, full capacity, sitting down on it. So maybe something was up with Shiraz's right hand. But he went 12 with a guy who's pretty stiff and nobody had heard of. And Pacheco stopped Aleem in 11 rounds, who just went the distance with Martinez. So, like I said, that's a competitive fight. And Shiraz is more explosive than Pacheco. He's got more electricity in his hands. He's got more of that natural speed, power, snap, explosiveness than Pacheco. But for a tall guy, he doesn't really fight tall. And Steve Kim telling me on Twitter he has some Diego Corrales in him. And of course, astute comparison by Steve, as he's one to do. But he doesn't fight tall that much. And Pacheco is starting to hone that length and those attributes. He has more reach than Shiraz. He's going to be one of the few guys out there that's taller than Shiraz. And I think he's learning how to fight tall now. And he may not be as sharp and as explosive as Shiraz is at the closer distances, but he's always been, as a tall kid, able to hold his own on the inside and have a good uppercut. And he showed good body shots, good inside work against Emmanuel Aleem. They're two tall fighters, but one of them looks like he's actually learning how to fight tall, and that's Diego Pacheco. And I still think Pacheco has some deceptive, wiry power and leverage that Buddy McGirt can continue to unlock at him, making him make the most of his length now. So, and he showed better footwork than Shiraz. Shiraz, he doesn't get up on his toes a lot. He doesn't circle the ring a lot. He likes to step to you, keep it tight, and even though he's a tall guy, he likes to fight at closer distances to get his best offense out. Pacheco could develop into a fighter that's better than him on the long distance, is rangier than him, has better feet than him, and will have enough power and activity in the closer distances that favor Shiraz's explosiveness and snap to hold his own there and then beat him with his advantage on the outside. Pacheco might beat Shiraz, and that's all I was saying last week. I don't have a pick in that fight. Part of me would be hesitant to pick against the guy who's the snappier puncher, who has more explosiveness than Shiraz. But Pacheco's from South Central, bro. All right? He's from South Central. The South Central Mexican is going to know how to rumble, okay? I'm being half funny but half serious. And I think with Buddy McGirt, he's getting better. So I think now one thing I do know is that it would be a better – people are looking at it as a more competitive fight. And the truth is there's parity at 168, man. Iglesias, Mobili, Munguia, Canelo at his age, Pacheco, Shiraz. There's no clear top dog that's a head and shoulders above everybody. You know, and these are taller, with the exception of Munguia, who Canelo already beat. Mobili is, but, you know, it's a different young crop. This isn't Billy Joe and Callum Smith. These are guys, some of them with power, some of them with height. And Callum Smith was tall, but he wasn't dynamic. He's not twitchy. So it's an older Canelo with arguably a deeper talent pool at 68 than when he ran through the division. And he's older. Bunch of rounds, bunch of fights on him. Not the same fighter he was when he became undisputed 5 years ago. So the division is open right now. I think it's a lot of parity. I think it's a lot of competitive fights at 68. I don't see any one guy just being that guy. So we'll see what's up. Do I have the Disneyland season pass? My wife does, but I think it's up in like a week. And I always got work on the weekends, so... Yeah, my wife, my mother-in-law, my son, my daughter, my sister-in-law, it's her birthday, and her man, they're all at Disneyland right now, and I stayed behind it to watch the fights and get my work done. So I should have went live for Joshua, but I was on the phone watching it with True School instead and then dropped a quick reaction with Raheem. But I did catch Kelly, Shiraz, and Joshua. What's up again? C Money, Keith Wicklife. What's up, brother? Said Sean's a boxing analyst recognized by many major media outlets. You would hope so. You would hope so. But yeah, someone said I'm not even watching the undercard fight. I am, but do you guys? You let me know. Do we want to talk some other boxing, some bigger names, or do we really need to call the action on Callum Peters and the Argentinian Actis right now? Let me know. I could switch speeds here. I did not try the Anaheim packing district yet, Steve. I've been having to stay in the hotel quite a bit, ordering Sweet Green. Sweet Green is the truth, chat. It's right here. Sweet Green. Chicken Caesar wraps. To die for. Let's see. Who's going to take over the heavyweight division? Atalma. And I thought it was funny. Like, I would say that Usyk is ducking Atalma, but Atalma's not. He's the anti-Clubber Lang to Rocky and Rocky 3. He's not, you had your shot, now give me mine. You know, why don't you tell all these folks why you've been ducking me? He's not doing that. He's, mumbling whatever he mumbles at the press conferences. When we're talking about personalities in boxing, right? Moses Atalma is like a heavyweight Shakur Stevenson with electrifying punching power, okay? He moves like Shakur Stevenson, but at the heavyweight division with electrifying punching power. He is by far, right now, my favorite heavyweight. I think he is the goods. I think he will be the heavyweight champion of the world. No doubt about it. I think he will be the best heavyweight in the world in the next 2 to 3 years. But he's not banging down the door to fight Usyk and letting Usyk off the hook. Usyk is there for the taking. The Rico Verhoeven fight proved that. Yeah, he could switch it up another gear. And speaking of gears, Shiraz today was in cruise control in second gear. Shiraz against Pacheco or Canelo has definitely more to offer than he showed today. He was in cruise control. I know that. He has another gear, another level he can go to. But and Usyk, same thing. He could go to another level even at his age after the Verhoeven fight. He was bullshitting that fight. From his body to his form that night, that wasn't the Usyk who slept Daniel Dubois and beat up Tyson Fury. But he's still almost 40. He's there for the taking. And Atalma could do it if he wanted it, if he believed in it. If he, and instead it's, I'll fight, hey woman. Right. Why don't you come to my house? I'll show you what a real man like. I bet you stay up every night wishing you had a real man. You wanted a sword! From Rocky. Great scene. So, yeah. I'm not saying he has to do that to Usyk, but his version of it. And, yeah, he's there for the taking, but he's content to fight Flip Hrgovic. Oh, I don't want to fight me gym mate Fabio. Yeah, maybe with Daniel Dubois, I can make it happen, but I'm just doing my own development. I got my own team, and we'll see what it is. You know, I'm not trying to race out, do what everybody wants me to do. I'm doing my own thing, and I know what I trust my team, and I got. It's like, all right, okay, cool. Go ahead. So Usyk today on the card is he picked Itama to be the next guy, and then he's over here. He's handicapping now. He's like, Kabiel beats Dubois, and I think Ituma beats Kabiel, and Ituma's gonna be the guy. And it's like, you know, respectfully to the great Alexander Usyk, first ballot Hall of Famer, you know, one of the great fighters of the last however many years, decade plus. Motherfucker, aren't you the heavyweight champion of the world? Aren't you still the heavyweight champion of the world? Isn't it your job to still beat these guys and not pick them in a bracket on DAZN on this undercard? And Itama's just letting him do that. So I can't even get mad. I can't even call Usyk a duck because he doesn't have Clubber Lang banging on the door. Politics, man. He's not doing that. So, you had your shot, now give me mine. He's not doing that. So, it is what it is. I think Itama could do it, but yeah, that's what that is going on. And that's why Paulie said on Fight Hype a couple days ago, it's like becoming a two-tier system in boxing where you just mix and match names, and then the names just they fight each other, but then they don't move on to the real young, hungry champions to get knocked off. And that used to be the revolving door of boxing. That used to be how guys got put on. And it's okay to have these fights between aging names, but once upon a time, the guy who won and came out of that in the winner's bracket, he had to be fed to the young lion, and that's how the game kept going. And that's just not happening as much. So, yeah, once upon a time, the winner of Fury Joshua, if they wanted to continue fighting, now you got to go get knocked out by Itama. Sorry. That's the next payday. You got to go do the job to Itama. And so Usyk's 40, Sean, that's too harsh, but he's still the heavyweight champion. He's still, if he wants to retire and vacate all the belts and fight, you know, it's the same thing. Floyd got shit for fighting Andre Berto after beating Pacquiao and Canelo, deservedly, and fighting Conor McGregor. He didn't get a pass. Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Ali had to fight Larry Holmes when he was past it. It was sad, but that's how Larry Holmes got over. That's how Larry Holmes became a household name in the 80s. That it's what's good for the game, not necessarily what's good for said favorite fighter or star. He dropped his belts already. What do you mean? Well, I know. I think the WBC it's gone, the WBO it's gone. Does he still have the IBF and the WBA? No, the WBA goes to Gassiev. All right, so he's dropping them. So it is what it is. So then he'll look to fight Wilder. So, all right. They're exchanging early in the 5th, Callum Peters and Actis. Callum Peters kind of has a fun style, you know. He's got good offense here. He doesn't always bring his hands back home the right way, but he's got some talent. He's got some fun offense, a fun style, some decent athleticism too. Looks like he's been watching David Benavidez a little bit. Benavidez is starting to become, and I say that because he squares his feet up a little bit. He comes forward, mixes up his punches, switches his looks in this aggressive manner that he's doing, drops his hands, picks them back up, punches out of these different looks, and you're starting to see Benavidez have influence. Even Shiraz in that last fight against Begic, the way Shiraz will square up a little bit, walk you down as the taller man, and look to chop you up in closer distances as the tall fighter with speed and explosive. Oh, good. There's a good right hand by Peters that rocks Actis. A minute and a half left in the 5th. But you're starting to see David actually have some influence in the game. Yeah, Callum Peters looks like he watches some David Benavidez. And he's been fun to watch in this style. throwing a lot of combinations to the head and to the body. Straight right hand, left hook to the body. Cross arms here and there, picking it back up. Being very aggressive, not afraid to square his feet up a little bit like Benavidez. Just, yeah, he's doing some Benavidez-like stuff, Callum Peters. Nice double left hook, straight right hand by Callum Peters. Nice left hook, right hand again. Goes to a quick shoulder roll look. Right uppercut out of that. Good offense by Callum Peters. He's beating Actis up right here in the 5th. He's putting together some really good offense and combinations, is Callum Peters. Double right hand. Wearing him down with attrition. 1-2 touch. And not loading up on everything. Just beating him up, battering him up. I don't know how much more of this Actis could take, and Peters looks like he could keep doing this. He's fighting with a high volume, but because he's not loading up on a lot of shots, but still getting good snap on the shots too. It's not like he's throwing little pillow-fisted shots or just touch. He's whipping them around and beating them up with both hands to the body and to the head, but not overly loading up on things. Another straight right hand pops Actis' head up. A lot of combination punching by Peters, who squares his feet up again. Again, this is very switches southpaw for a second, really out of that square up look. That'll do it from the 5th, but yeah, this kid Callum Peters looks like he's been watching some David Benavidez. He really took it to and beat up Actis that round, the Argentinian. David is too small from heavyweight? Yeah, I think so. David is running from Opataya. It's a great fight. I think he beats Opataya, but it's a difficult fight. Opataya is in better physical shape than he is at cruiserweight. He punches hard. He's a southpaw with athleticism and movement. You know, it's a tough fight. Opataya could win that fight. I got Benavidez, though. Like I said about Ennis earlier, I got Ennis over everybody. I got Benavidez over everybody. Whether it's Bivol, Beterbiev, Opataya, I just don't think he could get to heavyweight and have that kind of success. Benavidez versus Usyk doesn't sound that crazy anymore. It's true. What's up, Tego? See Money again. Keith Wick Life. Weedy Gonzalez, what's up, brother? Good to see Weedy Gonzalez in here. So, David Bedford says, looks like this dude has no power. Yeah, I mean, he's hitting him with a lot of shots and he's still standing up. He's beating him up, though. Opataya smashes the only guy to beat Usyk. Smashed the only guy. I don't know. He went 12 with him twice. He didn't smash him. Second fight was competitive. He got buzzed a few times by right hand. And he fought an older Breedis than Usyk fought. So, and that's really his only good win, is Maris Breedis. He was older by the time he did it. You know, Opataya doesn't have some sparkling resume, but the eyes don't lie. He's strong. He can punch. He's got a big left hand. He's got good speed, good footwork, good stamina, good athlete. You know, Opataya is really good. He's a difficult fight for David, but I just think David's a more special all-around talent. But I also think David's dad isn't keen on taking that fight right away with David just getting to cruiserweight. You know, Opataya's body definitely looks better at cruiserweight. And I don't mean it like, oh, it's a body, it's a physique competition, but Opataya is a strong, athletic, solid 200 pounds with power and speed. So it's a difficult fight, but I still think Benavidez will beat him if and when they fight. So you can't blame Opataya because nobody will face him. I mean, I'm not blaming him for anything. I'm just pointing out it is what it is. I mean, since beating Breedis for the IBF title, he hasn't really fought a top guy. And now I know the Mikhailian fight looks like it might have been taken from him. And okay, you know, and Zurdo didn't want to fight him. You know, I understand all that, but it still is what it is. Benavidez talking about the Zuffa problems, why they can't fight. Like, I get it. I believe him that he's chomping at the bit to fight everybody. I think he is, right now, the best cruiserweight in the world. Even though I picked Benavidez to beat him, he would have to go in there and prove it. And until then, you know, Opataya is the reigning top dog in the division. So, you know, I give respect to Opataya 100%. Peters walking him down right now. Let's see, what else can we talk about while we wait for main event time, though? Opetaia is fighting Kansas Zuffa. Opetaia is literally called out every fucking fighter. Okay. Kenneth says, I don't think Benavidez has the chin to take Opetaia's power. That remains to be seen. It's possible. Possible. I don't think Benavidez has, I think he has a good chin, but I don't think he has a Triple G, Canelo, type Marvin Hagler type chin where it's just completely made of granite. But I don't think he has a bad chin either. I think he has a good chin, but he can be hurt. Morrell hurt him. You could bring up Gavril, but that's kind of like bringing up Jose Cotto rocking Canelo. They were almost at the same age when both of them happened to them in their career. But I also think David will hurt Opetaia with the volume and to the body and the speed and the combinations, like it will be for anybody that gets in there with him, will be an issue for Opetaia. So it's a great fight. It's a great fight. Maria said Fulton. Yeah, Maria. Yeah, so I said it. It's a bad pattern by the PBC fighters from that era right now. Like Fulton blows weight back-to-back fights. Charlo's fought like 2 times since 2021. All his out-of-the-ring problems stop him from getting a visa to Australia. Spence's first fight in 3 years. Jermell Charlo, the other Charlo, hasn't fought in 3 years since laying down to Canelo. Not really trying to win in that fight 3 years ago. Gets into his outside-the-ring problems. Caleb Plant, 2 fights in the last 3 years. No date in sight for him. Fulton, again, blowing the weight 2-time. Tank, getting a draw. Hasn't fought in a year and a half. Not going to fight this year, it looks like. Still got to deal with his out-of-the-ring shit. And Callum Peters stops the Argentinian right here in the 7th. Just the Argentinian taking too much punishment. Gets stopped on his feet. And it's just not a good... it's not a good omen, I think, for Spence heading into tonight, even though I picked Spence, But it's a pattern with those guys. And it's not good. So Fulton, and when Fulton's like, well, I just couldn't sweat out the weight, and it's like, well, but what were you doing the 8 weeks leading up to the fight, And you're a guy who just a year and a half ago was able to make 126 against Brandon Figueroa. So what happened? Your body hasn't grown and matured that much in 18 months that you can't make 133, and you're not a really big guy. It's just, I think Fulton, it's a discipline thing, and he's checked out. He was up for it for Figueroa. He was quiet, focused, determined, pulled off the upset. That was a big moment for him to become a featherweight champ, 2-division champion. But ever since then, blows weight twice. I don't think he really has that much remorse for it. I think he's more playing the victim and than he is really like, fuck, I fucked up and I apologize. It's more, shit, I tried to make the weight and I couldn't. And it's like, yeah, you tried to sweat it out at the last minute, but that's not the same thing as consistently over 8 weeks being on targets and getting down. And he after that Inoue blowout in Japan, I give him a lot of credit for how he bounced back in the Figueroa fight. I thought Figueroa was going to beat him in that rematch, and he bounced back like a champion. But outside of that, it hasn't been too good since the Inoue fight. And that's been the story for Danny Garcia. Finished his career inactive and then stopped on a sad note by Erislandy Lara. Lara fights once a year. Gary Antoine Russell is a really good fighter at 140. I believe he's a hungry fighter, a real champion, but is content to do what his brother did, fight once a year, and that's not it. That's not good. So you got to wonder if that catches up with Spence tonight, along with the inactivity and the outside of the ring stuff, what he was doing to his body all those years, and skipping the process, not wanting to go through a real rebuild to get himself back to 100% and just getting right to this. We'll see what happens tonight. I made a big video about it with Raheem last night. We'll see what's up. Matt's Adventures says, thank you for the super chat. Says $80 for this bullshit. PBC needs to move to the side, bruh, and all their lazy wash, no weight making fighters. Well, I've had a lot of great nights covering PBC events. I have respect for a number of people, for a few people in that company that I go back a long time with, working in this business in my 20s as a up and coming journalist. So, I got some love for people there, but they never restocked the cabinets with young talent. They just let Eddie Hearn and Top Rank sign all the young talent. They stopped developing young talent a long time ago. And I think they've been in an echo chamber of thinking, we're good, as the house is continuing to cave in and kind of burn down, like that meme with the dog and everything is on fire and this is fine, and then they're too... I always was a believer in Tank's talent heading into the Pedraza fight. And then, he had some good wins, but then after Ryan Garcia and Frank Martin, I was like, oh, he's really getting his shit together. He didn't wait on Frank Martin like he tended to in so many other fights, giving away early rounds and then eventually knocking somebody out. He went right to the high guard, stepped right to Frank Martin, and I was like, oh, he's realizing his potential now after he got a taste of the real limelight in the Ryan Garcia fight. Frank Martin was an underwhelming follow-up to that, not, a decent opponent, but the way he fought right out the gates in a high guard, even though Frank Martin was winning those first 2 or 3 rounds still, but it was the sense of urgency, not languishing on the outside. He was still applying pressure right out the gates, and I'm like, okay, I think this guy is starting to really realize his potential, which was always could make him a legit great fighter at 130 and 135. But then Lamont Roach, and that's on the PBC a little bit, like a lot of it. Like, you got a fighter who's now starting to peak and is a great talent, and you're going to pull up a 130-pounder in Lamont Roach that nobody was thinking of like that at that time. And it dulls the blade. You gotta while your guy is peaking, you gotta now go after the best fighters in the world, because this is the time frame where he has the best chance to win. And instead, they soft serve him a Lamont Roach fight. It backfires. He's crumbled outside of the ring in a lot of ways since then. Can't get back in the ring because of those outside of the ring problems. So your franchise player is MIA. And your other 2 your real franchise players in the meantime are Benavidez for sure, who only has 1 fight left on his current deal. That continues to go under the radar as Devin Haney is a free agent, does this deal apparently with DAZN. Shakur becomes a free agent, does a deal with Zuffa. More fighters are becoming free agents. Benavidez will be a free agent by the end of the year when he has this last fight of the year. So you got to look, you can't afford to lose him right now. And then Fundora is your other dependable guy. And they may be thinking of matching him with Spence if Spence wins tonight, or Charlo. And it's like, you can't, you can do that. It'll be in-house. It'll make some money, I guess. But you got to try to match him with the other hungry young champions in the division while he's himself is a hungry young champion, or else you'll dull that blade. And I asked Fundora that, and he said exactly that. So, yeah, you reap what you sow, and they've been on a downward trend ever since Showtime closed their doors. But I got love for a few people that work there, and in the field covered a lot of memorable nights for me covering their fights. So, I hope the best for them, but they gotta do right in order to get back on a positive trajectory. So it is what it is. And this weekend was emblematic of it. That has to be a wake-up call. Like, Jamal Charlo couldn't make it. Fulton blows weight again. And we'll see how Spence does tonight, But that has to be a wake-up call that you're not what you once were if you're PBC. And, changes have to be made and all that. Go check time. Spence is in the locker room right now. Looks strong in his upper body. Looks like he's hydrating up to around 168 to the super middleweight division. Look good in the locker room. Got my guy Sean Porter on the broadcast booth, and we got one more fight before we get to main event time. I'm really looking forward to it. 7 Faux World Blow 39 says, for the super chat, thank you, brother, says, I really enjoy your channel, unique and honest. Who do you think Virgil fights next, and what was it you saw in Spence that made you question his balance? Well, for Spence, the Crawford fight, just anytime he threw a left hand, he went off balance. And I know it's Crawford, the greatest counterpuncher of this era, one of the greatest fighters of all time. He'll make you look bad. But go back, like, you know, as you ask your super chat, you can go watch the Ugas fight. Just go Spence Ugas highlights. And look how when Spence is jabbing to the body and doubling it up to the body and to the head, he's almost falling in over his front foot. And he's always had a wide base, but that wide base is almost off balance at times. And he's still pummeling Ugas into submission, but his balance isn't that great. And he's fallen over sometimes, his front foot. That's part of why Crawford, he was easy pickings to counterpunch him. Just that wide base, heavy over his front foot. And the few times he would try to whenever he tried to really let go of a left hand, it wasn't like boom. And like Itama when he sweeps the left hand, or Fundora when he sweeps the left hand, those guys have their feet perfectly balanced in proportion underneath them, and they don't fall into the shot or fall side to side or nothing. They got great balance at the end of the shot. And Spence, he was just getting off balance a lot. And that's what's made me question his balance. In the Danny Garcia fight, it wasn't that bad. But in the Ugas and in the Crawford fights, it was. So there's that. And to your other one about who do I think Virgil fights next, maybe Brandon Adams. I saw Brandon Adams as number 2 with the WBC. Fundora's fighting the Albanian, the undefeated guy, who for his mandatory. Brandon Adams is number 2 in the rankings. Maybe he fights Brandon Adams, or maybe he fights some kind of tune-up. But Virgil has to find a way to get Fundora. Looks like Boots is going to be fighting Josh Kelly. Eddie Hearn, in-house fight. I think Eddie Hearn wants to get that belt on Boots for him. And if it's what the promoter and the networks want, it's probably what's going to happen. Josh Kelly's going to have to sell his belt to Jaron Ennis. And in the meantime, Virgil has to land that Fundora fight. PBC and Golden Boy have done a lot of business together. And he's the interim fucking champion anyways. I don't understand what this is. The WBC needs to mandate that fight anyways. So get that fight. And then if you beat Fundora, which is a big if, and Ennis will beat Josh Kelly, then Ennis and Ortiz is now for undisputed. Whereas just a year ago, just as 6 months ago when it was originally being discussed, it was going to be for an interim 1 belt. By next year, it could be for all 4 belts and really be the fight it deserves to be, Boots and Ortiz. And I think that would be the best case scenario for everyone involved. I know if you're Boots, if you could land Fundora ASAP, you do it and just become undisputed on your own terms. But really, I think what would be better for him and for everyone involved is if Ortiz can get past Fundora, again, a big if, and then that fight's for undisputed. But in the meantime, I still think Virgil would ideally get a tune-up. And maybe it's Brandon Adams. Maybe it's someone in the top rankings of the WBC. But we don't know if Brandon Adams can make 54. He passed out at a weigh-in trying to make it for the Agarco fight, and Agarco wound up getting to fight Josh Kelly today. So we'll see. Shakian, thank you, brother, for the super chat, says, DAZN perhaps signs David. He's got leverage too. Oh, David's going to get big offers by Zuffa and DAZN. And yeah, to your point, David's a loyal guy, but he did try to leave PBC back in the day for Top Rank. Couldn't. You know, paperwork wouldn't allow that. Sometimes I think PBC for years didn't forgive him for that until it's like you have to. He's your star. And I think, you know, that's water under the bridge for PBC, but I'm sure there was a time they didn't like that about him. And someone like Al Heyman and company remembered that. But what would they have to offer Benavidez if Benavidez can do what Devin and Teofimo just did and just sign directly with the network. And, that signing with the network, as long as guys like Bivol and Beterbiev are fighting in that orbit, then if the network is invested in you, they're going to be the ones to put the money on the table to get you those fights. So, yeah, I think that's possible. I think it's possible he returns to the team he's already got, because I think David has a sense of loyalty to them to a degree, maybe to the degree that he just re-ups with them and keeps it going. But at this stage of the game and the environment boxing's in right now, with the infrastructure it has, what do they provide to him that's going to make him part with 10%, 15% overall of millions of dollars that he's bringing in as a fighter these days? That's a question he'll have to answer and figure out for himself. So I could see him just inking a deal. And his dad even said, his dad says how loyal they are to Sampson, but he also said before the Zittel fight, I think we should be our own promoter. So where does that leave Sampson then? So maybe he re-ups with them. Maybe he does a direct deal, is his own promoter, subsidized by the network, direct to them with DAZN. Or maybe he goes to Zuffa because Dana White and Nick Khan and them pitch him as the face of the company. Yeah, we got Shakur, but you're the Mexican monster at 200 pounds. You sign with us, we'll instantly do the Opataya fight, pay you $15-20 million for that fight, 10, 15, 20 million. And then we'll make you the face of the company on Paramount. Maybe that sounds good to David Benavidez. Or he just signs back with his team. We'll see what happens. So, Matt's Adventures, thank you for the $5, says, my wild take tonight is Tim by knockout. Spence didn't even make weight. He's just finishing his deal so he can fight Jake Paul or something. I don't think he's trying to fight a Jake Paul, but a cynical thought I did have is, what if part of him coming back is because he had a fight left on his contract with Al Heyman and PBC, and it's like, this is the fight that can pay you your minimum without us taking on the financial fiscal responsibility. No Limit will pay you. No Limit will have the fight out there. It's a winnable fight. Go ahead and do that, and that's how we'll finish this contract we're on. But I don't know. That's completely speculative shit on my side. I have no idea. But that's just a cynical thought I had in my mind. But Tim by knockout wouldn't surprise me. But I got Spence. I got Spence winning a decision in an entertaining fight between two guys that aren't headed to the cream of the crop of the sport anymore, but have enough in the tank to give us a memorable, spirited affair. And I think Tszyu, I'll recap this before the bell. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if Tszyu knocks Spence out, but I think Spence is going to have the composure and the grit of a champion to make it through tough moments early in this fight. I think Tszyu is going to come out, throw heat at Spence, test him, win those early rounds. And then I think Spence will settle down behind his jab, start to shake the ring rust off, start to get to his signature volume, swing the momentum of the fight in his favor. And then I think down the stretch, Tszyu hearing all this shit about being a quitter in the Fundora fight, fighting in front of his crowd, he's going to dig down and show the grit too. And it's going to be fireworks down the stretch of an entertaining fight. I think it's going to be a close fight. And I think Spence will, claw out a decision with more volume than Tszyu over the course of 12 rounds in a competitive fight. Might be a split decision. But what do I know, man? What do I know? Spence could stop him and wear him down. Tszyu's chin is very suspect these days. Spence, his reaction times could be shot, and his chin could not be good anymore, and he could get stopped early. We'll see what happens. It's literally a 50-50 fight at the book. Thank you for a super chat, Joey Boxer. Says, Joey Boxes, what's Leo, my son's pick on Spence versus Tim? I need to know if I picked wrong. Leo has Spence. But even Leo's went back and forth this week. My mother-in-law from Mexico has Tszyu. My wife has Spence, and Leo has Spence. So do with that information what you will. Thank you, Joey, for the super chat. Spence by KO. Easy money. Spence got to dig deep, says Charles Radley. Sean sounds a little uncertain. It's because I am. I wanted to kind of just lay off and let the fight be what it's going to be. But, I guess you got to make a pick, right? That's what the people expect you to do. So I made a pick. And I also figured if I pick Tszyu and Spence wins, I'm going to hear a lot more shit because Spence has a way bigger fan base. And if I pick Spence and Tszyu wins, I'll get cooked a little bit less. You get cooked either way if you get wrong. But no, I think what made me pick Spence was, and I was picking Tszyu for months, is I saw Spence on the pads with Ronnie, and I went, that jab is the best punch in the sport is still a jab. Tszyu doesn't have a consistent jab. I think Tszyu is snappier and faster than Errol is these days. I think Tszyu, his defense isn't that good, but Tszyu was slipping a lot of shots and then placing bombs in the two Fundora fights. And that's been kind of underrated. Tszyu has a good pull counter game that he did against Tony Harrison, that he did against Brian Mendoza. Good pull counter game. Underrated hand speed. Good doubles and triples hitter with it. Not a home run hitter, but a good doubles and triples hitter with his power. Good punch placement on his left hook to the body, on his uppercut. Good touch jab, right hand. But he doesn't have a consistent jab, and Spence does. Spence, in his prime, had one of the best jabs in the game, and I saw that jab was still there with Ronnie. Still had snap. The two had snap on it. And before Tszyu can get to the range he wants to get close to Spence and get to those uppercuts, get to those left hooks to the body, that chopping right hand, he's got to navigate the jab, and that jab is going to be heavy and busy from Spence. And then I saw Spence get to fight week in Australia on the mitts with Ronnie, and the jab looked even better. It was snapping on the mitts. It looked good. Then I see Spence shadow box with the ocean behind him in Sydney, and he looks sharp down the middle. He's longer than Tszyu, who's going to have that jab in his face. And I go, all right, the straight line shots at a longer distance is still Spence's game over Tszyu. So I picked Spence. I was like, Spence is going to probably get buzzed early. As long as he doesn't get Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney round one hurt, like boom, and oh shit. And it throws off his legs for the majority of the fight and just discombobulates him. If he gets buzzed, I think he'll have the championship grit and experience and composure to pull through it, get that jab pumping, and then the body shots and the other offense, the rust will start to come off midway through the fight, and then that's when it'll swing his way. And then we're going to have an entertaining back and forth fight. But Tszyu's always been economical with his output. Spence has always been busy. So I think that volume over 12 rounds, will win him a decision, or maybe he'll wear Tszyu down. But then again, hasn't been hit in 3 years. Balance hasn't looked good in his last couple fights. Maybe Tszyu, who is a sharp puncher, hurts him and finishes him. We'll see. We will literally see in about 30 to 40 minutes what's going to happen. So we'll see what's up. Radio Raheem is nervous as fuck right now, says Lorraine. I know he is for a fact. Raheem is nervous. If he loses to Tim, he ain't Hall of Fame. It's funny. People, and someone's like, well, you tried to sell Sean Porter as a Hall of Famer. Sean's not a Hall of Famer on resume and accomplishments. The argument I try to stretch, because he's like one of my best friends and I love him, because I literally love the man and our children hang out. So you're biased. Yes, duh. I am biased. For Sean when it comes to that. But I'm trying to help my buddy out. But yeah, on accomplishments and resume and stuff, no, Sean's not a Hall of Famer. But I said he stood for something in an era that was lacking. His principle of actually fighting the best when they were at their best. And then even pissing off PBC by taking the Terrence Crawford fight when they didn't want him to take that fight and go over to ESPN for his fight. And you don't know if Crawford ever gets to fight Spence without Sean doing that fight. Probably, but Sean breaking that wall of ice between the two companies and going, because Al told him don't take the Crawford fight. He didn't want him to take it. He had other offers to fight Lubin for a WBC belt at 154. He had other options, a rematch with Spence, a rematch with Thurman, a rematch with Danny. And he's like, no, it's going to be Terrence Crawford. And I'm going to he told the WBO, I want my title shot. He was ranked number 1. They made it happen. He took the money with Top Rank against his wishes and made the fight. And that helped give Crawford that measuring stick fight against Spence and brought it that much closer to being to fruition. So fighting all those guys in their prime, fighting Broner still relatively in his prime, only 1 loss to Maidana, standing for being a stand-up man in an era where fighters were finding reasons not to fight each other, I thought could help his case and grade him on a curve that gets him over the line when a lot of factors on paper wouldn't let him get in line. So, yes, I'm biased. I tried my best to make a narrative to get Sean some Hall of Fame recognition because I literally love the guy. But I'll still admit to you all the other things I just admitted about his career. Spence, to me, is a borderline Hall of Famer. He might be a Hall of Very Gooder. Like, he only stayed in 1 division. Kell Brook, that's a great win. I just watched Kell Brook against Gennady Golovkin last night randomly. Kell Brook fought beautifully through 5 rounds in that fight. He just wasn't... Golovkin was just too strong. But he was landing some beautiful shots against Golovkin. That was a hell of a fight for 5 rounds. Kell Brook was really fucking good. And he got to Brook after Golovkin. Now, Brook still had something left, but it's still Brook after the Golovkin fight. And he did it over there, and that was a great performance. And Mikey was a great performance. Mikey was undefeated, and people were giving him a chance to beat Spence. That was peak Spence, the guy who put hands on Mikey Garcia, and then he beat Sean. Ugas had lost to guys like Ray Robinson. Ugas beat an old Pacquiao, and then Pacquiao was still good enough to come back years later and have a draw with Barrios. But, all that is really good stuff. Ugas, Kell Brook, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia hadn't won a meaningful fight in a very long time by the time Spence beat him. Danny Garcia was no real threat to the Crawfords and the Spences of the world in 2020, 2021, and everybody knew that. But, he still had the name. He was still Danny Garcia. It wasn't like, shot or anything. It's just he hadn't really won a meaningful fight in a very long time, since arguably Lucas Matisse. We'll give him Lamont Peterson. And he beat Lamont Peterson, too. It's all really good stuff. But, like, Antonio Tarver just got in, right? It took Antonio Tarver like a decade plus to get into the Hall of Fame. He knocked out the greatest fighter of his generation when he was the reigning pound-for-pound number 1. He was the lineal light heavyweight champion twice. He was in Rocky 6, and he had to wait a long... Fernando Vargas is still not in the Hall of Fame. Fernando Vargas... Fernando Vargas... You know what Fernando Vargas did that Errol Spence did not? He beat a first ballot Hall of Famer. He beat Winky Wright. Ike Quarte... all those other wins, not as much, but he beat Winky Wright. He was a true star in big blockbuster fights. Had one of the greatest fights of all time with Trinidad, when Trinidad was number 1 pound for pound, up until Canelo captured a dubious WBC belt against, what was it, Matthew Hatton. Fernando Vargas was the youngest junior middleweight champion of all time. And, Javier Castillejo, 2-division champion, middleweight champion, super welterweight champion, beat him, beat Ike Quarte, beat Yuri Boy Campas, that's who he lifted the belt off of, only had 1 loss to Trinidad when he beat him. Raul Marquez, IBF world champion, Olympian, beat him. But the real win that, to me, makes Fernando a Hall of Famer is beating Winky, because Winky's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And Fernando's not in the Hall of Fame. So if Fernando's been waiting like 15 years to get in the Hall of Fame, what makes Spence just, he's in. He's a Hall of Famer? I don't know. So I think Spence is very good, but Spence was not a guy, he wasn't the fastest guy. He was sharp. He lost some speed after the car accident. He was a sharp guy. He wasn't slow, but he wasn't the fastest guy. He never had a crazy counter-punching skill set. He was busy. He was sharp. He was fundamentally sound. He was big. He was strong. Had a great jab. But, he wasn't some De La Hoya, Trinidad, Crawford, Sugar Shane Mosley type of talent. You know, even Gerald McClellan, you know, Mike McCallum, like Terry Norris. These are guys with more talent than Errol Spence. And he grabbed 3 belts. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's not a Hall of Famer. But Michael Moore beat Evander Holyfield. He just got in a year or two ago. Michael Moore. He was a 2-division champ. Light heavyweight, heavyweight. Nigel Benn just got in. Nigel Benn knocked out Gerald McClellan. Gerald McClellan was a pound-for-pound bad motherfucker. Like, did any of those guys Spence ever beat? Were they ever actually on the pound-for-pound list when he beat them? You know, so this is just the truth. This is just the truth. But, you know, no pun intended with Errol Spence. But still, like, you know, hell of a fighter. Arguably a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's not, but I'm mentioning other guys because everybody just wants to go, well, Arturo Gatti got in. And, you know, it's like, all right. But Gotti's not getting in because he's some great fighter. He got in because he was in great fights. He was in, I think, 4 or 5 fight of the years. Very few fighters are in 1 or 2, let alone 2. But to be in 4 or 5, he's getting in because he was in great fights, not because he was a great fighter. It's a different thing. Are we really trying to downplay Errol? No, we're not. We're comparing him to other. Nigel Benn was on steroids. He was. Maybe. But he didn't pop for it. There's no proof of that. There's no proof of that. I heard what Gerald McClellan's wife said to Andre Ward. I don't disbelieve her. I told she may very well be right, but there's no proof of that. And there's a lot of guys that were probably on steroids that never popped. You know? But and the point is, Nigel Benn had to wait over 2 decades to get in. Michael Moore had to wait 2 decades to get in. He beat Evander Holyfield. He beat a lot of guys that and won titles in 2 divisions, was an Olympian who medaled. So yeah, this. Shane Mosley was on steroids. He was, but still one of the greatest fighters of all time. Barry Bonds is on steroids. Still one of the greatest hitters of all time. Kobe, thank you for the super chat, said Sean Porter is a Hall of Fame when you combine boxing and media. I like that take. And then people, too, are like, well, Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley's not a Hall of Famer. Bro, he beat Juan Manuel Marquez. First ballot Hall of Famer. One of the greatest Mexican fighters of all time. Fresh off knocking out Manny Pacquiao in arguably the greatest knockout of this century, of this millennium. And he was fresh off that knockout of Manny Pacquiao. And he beat Manny Pacquiao. Controversially, I thought Tim hustled out 6 rounds in that fight. I give him a draw because Pacquiao fought in spurts that night and wasn't really on his shit. Pacquiao didn't play around in fights 2 and 3, clearly beat Tim both fights. But even if you take out Pacquiao, you know, beating Kendall Holt and Devin Alexander, Nate Campbell, a washed Casamayor. Maybe shouldn't even bring that up. But Provodnikov, Brandon Rios, unifying at 140, then winning the belt at 140. But really, it's that Juan Manuel Marquez win that puts it all together. Kind of like what I'm saying with Vargas, that Winky Wright win, a first ballot Hall of Famer. Who Winky wasn't Winky yet in reputation, but he was in his 20s and had a lot of fights already. He was already pretty close to being the Winky he was. And Michael Moore beating Evander Holyfield. These are wins over guys that are first ballot Hall of Famers. And Spence doesn't have a win over a first ballot Hall of Famer. Doesn't, I don't know, have a win over a guy who was actually on the pound for pound list at the time he beat Mikey. Mikey was on the pound for pound and undefeated when he beat him, and I give him a lot of credit for that win. So, is Adrian Broner and Amir Khan Hall of Famers? I don't really think so. I think Broner's only like real legit belt was 35 when he knocked out DeMarco, who had one of the all-time comebacks knocking out Linares. I think 135 Broner showed real flashes of greatness, particularly in that DeMarco fight. But Khabib Alikardiev at 140, come on, none of us know who he is or who he beat. And at 147, he beat Paulie. That's a good win. Paulie had a WBA belt. That's a nice win. So we'll give him 47. We'll give him 47. But he won a vacant at 130, a vacant WBO. Look, if it's me or my son, we're 4 division champion. Fuck with this mop-haired journalist who never fought professionally said. I get it. I understand different perspectives in life. But since I am said mop-haired journalist, know-it-all perspective, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe he is a Hall of Famer because the name is the Hall of Fame, and he was famous. But no, I don't think so. I'll say this, though. Broner had the potential to be a great lightweight at 135. He did. I still love his fight with DeMarco. I think that's one of the better performances of the last 25 years. That was an excellent performance on HBO against DeMarco. And if he could have stayed at 35 longer and been the bully like he was with the shoulder roll, then he could have been undisputed at 135. And then Khan had some of the fastest hands, again, of the last 25 years. Khan has some of the greatest hand speed, but and was a damn good fighter at 140. Beat Maidana, beat Zab to unify. Devin Alexander, an ancient Barrera. Fuck him for that, because I love Barrera, but that's a nice win to have on, nice name to have on the box rec. Yeah, Khan, Algieri, Khan was very good, and was a minute there where even though Floyd is so many levels greater than him overall as a career and fighter, there was a window there where you're like, he could be a really tough fight for Floyd. Back when he was with Virgil Hunter and beating Devin Alexander. But no, I don't think Khan's a Hall of Famer either. No. Again, very good in both of their primes. Showed flashes, but not quite. And that's okay. Like, there's very good players that get celebrated in the NBA and NFL. Steve Francis in the NBA, or I do think Fred Taylor should be a Hall of Famer in the NFL, but he's not. Jamal Lewis, right? The running back from there. John Taylor with the Niners, or Priest Holmes. And there's guys who have flashes, but ultimately don't put it together enough over the course of their career to really be a Hall of Famer. But you still saw what you saw. They were great for as long as they were, and had flashes and had memorable careers and deserve a spot in the pantheon of your memories of a sport. And that's what I think. That's what I think of Khan and Broner. They were good. They were good. They were legit championship fighters. But not quite Hall of Fame. Cliff Branch, is Marcos Maidana a Hall of Famer? No, I don't think so. And again, another memorable fighter. You won't forget him if you saw him. And he had a great war where he beat Morales, great war with Khan where he got up from the body shot, came back, fucked him up, fell short, beat up Broner. That's a huge win. Broner was top 5 pound for pound. He was number 5 pound for pound, I remember. Broner was the next guy. He was what Haney and Shakur and Abdullah were at one point. Like, this is the next guy, and Maidana thwarted that. That was a great win for Maidana, but no, not a Hall of Famer, Really good fighter. Won't forget him, but not a Hall of Famer. Took Mayweather to the limit the first fight, so. Josh Taylor, undisputed matters. Oh, my wife is in the chat. She says she's got 6 Forky Pops from Disneyland. Let's go. Thank you, babe. That's awesome. Yes, I can't wait to eat it. Josh Taylor and Danny Garcia, borderline. Danny knocking out Khan, beating Matisse, some good win. Judah, Nate Campbell. Danny might get in. Now, neither one of them is first ballot, Josh Taylor or Danny Garcia, but Josh Taylor had a good run, man. Beating Baranchik. Who's Baranchik? But still, Baranchik was tough when he beat him. Regis is a very good win at the time he beat Regis. A lot of people were picking Regis. I think I might have picked Regis. I think I did. Ramirez for all 4 belts. I think he's a borderline. He doesn't get in right away, but being undisputed, that means something. And he had a Hall of Fame caliber run in that time of the tournament, the WBSS tournament, and then unifying thereafter with Ramirez, even getting a controversial win over Jack Catterall. It's a nice win, but he's borderline. And then Danny Garcia, he's borderline too. Danny I would probably give Danny the slightest of edges over Josh Taylor to eventually get in, because the Khan win was huge, and a memorable knockout. And the Matisse fight, everybody was picking Matisse. I was picking Danny, and that was on a huge card. Canelo Floyd, some good win, Paulie and Judah, and Brandon Rios. A lot of those guys faded as I mentioned them, but still. Spence looks good on the pads, by the way. Spence looks big. And Tszyu's doing a lot of sitting down. Spence is getting ready. I'm feeling kind of good about the Spence pick, just looking at him in the dressing room, but we'll see. Jermell Charlo is Hall of Fame to me. Yes. Is Sergio Martinez a Hall of Famer? Yes. Sergio Martinez is a Hall of Famer. Yes. Sergio Martinez, Corey Dillon, that's a good one who's not quite a Hall of Famer, but is Devin Haney already Hall of Fame? I think he is. I think he is. Something about that feels a little early to say when he's still so young and still has a lot to prove. But yeah, I think, put it this way, and knock on wood, because this is like a fucked up way to put it, but put it this way. The guys who are active now, you have to ask yourself, if they got into like a Salvador Sanchez car crash and died tomorrow, are they in the Hall of Fame? And I think, like guys like Devin and Shakur, the answer is yes. I think so. Yeah, Sergio's a Hall of Famer. And Kelly Pavlik a Hall of Famer? I don't think so. Not quite. The Hall of Very Good. He knocked out Jermaine Taylor. He knocked out Edison Miranda, but not quite. Not quite. And it's weird because Martinez, he got beat up by Cotto. He kind of got a gift against Martin Murray. He beat Pavlik after Hopkins had already beat Pavlik, but he knocked out Paul Williams when Paul Williams was like one of the most avoided fighters in the world, and it was one of the greatest knockouts in boxing history, modern boxing history. And Chavez had something when he beat him. He was probably on something. He outweighed him by like 15, 20 pounds. His punch resistance was indestructible at that time, at that weight. Back when he was with Freddie, he was punching shit. He knocked out Andy Lee right before that. The Chavez, who was like 50-0, Chavez Jr., that was a good win. So, and Martinez was stopped by Margarito. He was stopped by Cotto, but the eye test factors into this too. Like if it's close, but your eyes told you they were great. So I just, me personally, yes, Martinez is a Hall of Famer. And what was the other one we were talking about? Darren Williams, Utah Jazz, exactly. Let's see. Is Angel Manfredi a Hall of Famer? No, he's not. Benavidez Hall of Fame? I think yeah, but what's glaring from his resume is he's never actually been the man of a division. And you could talk Canelo ducked him, and now Bivol's kind of ducked him. Opataya wants to smoke, though. But Devin, he was the man at 135. Undisputed. No question about it. Solidified it with a title defense against Loma. Close fight, but got the win. Shakur, the man at 130. Shakur, the man at 140. Adds in 2 other belts at 26 and 35 to make it 4-division champ. Like, I think they're Hall of Famers, and they've been the best in 1 or 2 divisions, both of them. And David never has been that lineal champion of a division yet. He's unified. He's had good wins against good fighters. So I think Devin and Shakur right now are more locks than he is. So Pavlik, not quite. Danny, borderline. Josh Taylor, borderline. Fernando Vargas, to me, is a Hall of Famer. Should be in the Hall of Fame. He's been punished for the steroid stuff with Oscar. I think he's been punished long enough. I think he's got to get in there. He was an iconic fighter. He was a legitimately famous fighter, especially here on the West Coast. And beat a Hall of Famer. Beat a couple of good champions. So Hatton, Hall of Fame. Again, I think part of it is his fan. He was the lineal 140-pound champion and retired and stopped one of the greatest 140-pounders that ever lived in Costa Tszyu. He did. And, yeah, Tszyu was old, but Tszyu was lineal. Tszyu was the champion and had just knocked out Sharmba Mitchell. You know, Tszyu was still the top dog at 140, and he stopped him and retired him. And then he unified with Carlos Mausa. He won a belt against Luis Collazo, very underrated fighter in his day. Very good fighter, Luis Collazo. Won a welterweight belt against him to make it 2 divisions to go with Lineal at 140. Beat up Paulie Malignaggi for a belt, I believe, at 140 as well, the IBF belt. Paulie went on to win another belt at 47. And yeah, I think you know, Hatton gets in. I'm cool with that. So Cotto easily a Hall of Famer. Which Hall of Famer did Vargas beat? Quarte? No, Winky Wright. Rigon Diao, a Hall of Famer. Hall of Fame talent. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, yes. Because it's the Boxing Hall of Fame. It's not the Pro Boxing Hall of Fame. I think between his gold medals and the fact that he beat Nonito when Nonito was number 2 or 3 pound for pound in dominant fashion in New York City, I think Rigon Diao should get in eventually. Yeah. He underperformed after the Loma fight, or excuse me, the Donaire fight. He kind of like did nothing after that fight. He didn't capitalize on it in any way, shape, or form. But Nonito is one of the greatest fighters of the last 25 years. He is one of the greatest fighters and punchers to ever come through those weight classes, and was literally the man. Like, at that time, pound for pound was like Floyd, Manny, Andre, Nonito. And he dominated Nonito. So, yes, I think Rigo's Hall of Fame when you consider his amateur pedigree, the gold medals to go with what being lineal at 122. Kovalev, no. Kovalev's the Hall of very good. He was very fucking good at a moment in time at light heavyweight. In the early to mid-2010s, Kovalev was really good at 175, but not quite Hall of Fame, but 100% the Hall of very good. I mean, maybe, you know, one of those weak years, 10, 11 years after he's been on the ballot, maybe he sneaks in, you know, but if he had gotten the decision against Ward, and I do think he won that first fight, he would easily be Hall of Fame, but he didn't, and that's me being consistent with the criteria. Like, you need... It's like winning a Super Bowl for Matthew Stafford. It's like, you know, he put up good numbers in Detroit and everything, but you need that Super Bowl so that everything else in your resume falls neatly into place. And for Kovalev, it would have been a win over Ward, but he didn't get it. So he's Hall of very good. Spence got better wins than GGG. I agree with that. He does. I agree with that. I think Triple G's resume is overrated by the people that hold him up in boxing media. I think Triple G is a great middleweight. You know, I wouldn't have picked him to beat Bernard. I wouldn't have picked him to beat Tony. But, like, Triple G, the eye test is there. The jab, one of the great jabs, one of the great chins, one of the great punchers. But his best win was, like, Daniel Jacobs and Kell Brook. You know, and of his 20 title defenses, 14 of that, like a majority of them, maybe 17 of them came with a WBA regular belt or WBA belt, whereas Hopkins had the full IBF belt, and then Hopkins had more defenses of the undisputed title than Golovkin did, and he beat Trinidad, who was number 1 pound for pound at the time. You know, knocked out Oscar, beat John David Jackson, 2-division champ, knocked out Simon Brown, like beat other guys who were either lineal champion at one point, pound for pound at one point, Hall of Famers. So I think Golovkin, by the boxing media, is overrated. But I'm not mad at him getting in the Hall of Fame because my eyes did see a great middleweight. But, you know, I'm not mad at you saying Spence had better wins than him. I agree. That's why I'm still saying Spence is a borderline Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's not, you know. And Triple G, one of the most avoided fighters. That isn't his fault. Well, I'll say this. Triple G didn't really get to fight the best fights when he was at his best. You know, Spence is 36 tonight. Triple G was 35 by the time he got to fight Jacobs and Canelo. I think the Triple G that was fighting Lemieux, like, I think Triple G up until like the Lemieux fight was his prime, and then he was starting to slow down a little bit after that. Made some good money. His body started to look a little different at weigh-ins and everything. You know, his prime was really when he was beating up overmatched guys in the early HBO days, like Rosado and Matthew Macklin and Proska. Now that dude was an animal, but yeah, his resume's lacking. I agree. You're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me to push back on arguing Spence has a better resume than Triple G. I think that's fair. I think Triple G was better than Spence, though. But that's subjective. That's like a personal eye test thing. What you're pointing out objectively, that wins over Porter and Mikey and Danny, because him beating up Mikey is like Triple G beating up Kell Brook. It's pretty. Except Mikey was a pound for pound fighter, and Kell Brook might have been on a pound, but I don't think so. Mikey was like a 4-division champion, more decorated than Kell Brook, more esteemed in a pound for pound sense than Kell Brook. And he beat up a smaller fighter. Although Kell Brook was much closer in size to Triple G was than Mikey was. Mikey started at 26 and was really a 35 fighting at 47. Kell Brook was a career 47 cock diesel. Big dude, big welterweight, strong welterweight. And really probably should have been a junior middleweight and then fought a middleweight. So it's a little different. But yeah, Humble Pharaoh said, oh yeah, thank you for the super chat, Humble Pharaoh. My bad for taking so long to get back to it. Said, dang, Sean's a boxing encyclopedia. Can you talk about Mel Charlo? I think Mel Charlo's a Hall of Famer. Jermel is one of the most accomplished fighters in that weight class's history. He won the WBC, defended it multiple times, lost it to Harrison, won it back, and then became undisputed with a great performance. One of the best performances, and I keep saying this, like, out of the last 25 years, and that was knocking out Brian Castano. Now, he lacks great names on his resume. It's not like super welterweight was a very deep division. Would have liked to have seen him fight Lara. Would have liked to have seen him fight Jarrett Hurd when that was supposed to happen. But it's not so much the names on the resume. It's that he unified all 4 belts. I think he's the only guy to have done that in junior middleweight's history. He became a knockout artist once he became a champion. His knockout percentage was around 50%, and then he started to 80 to 90% of the time defend his title by knockout. And he how did he first unify? Because he beats Castano. I'm trying to think of all the different guys he beat to unify. Jason Rosario after beating Hurd. But he defended the title, I think, in total around 9 or 10 times. I think 7 or 8 of those defenses were by knockout. Only fighter to unify all 4 at 154's history. Won the belt back once. And I think the eye test, too. He was a athletic, pretty ferocious boxer-puncher who developed into a knockout artist as a champion when he wasn't one before he became a champion. So it's not really the names on the resume. It's that when you talk about 154, he is one of the most decorated 154s that has ever lived, and could move, could box, good jab, big right hand, good hand speed, good power, good fun personality in his prime. I mean, it sucks that tape that came out after he got beat down by Canelo. Very disappointing performance against Canelo. Didn't try to win. Then got caught on that tape talking about, beating up his girl thereafter. But, there's a lot of guys who aren't angels in that Hall of Fame. I just think enough of the eye test, enough of an overall body of work as an accomplished 154. I think Jermel Charlo's a Hall of Famer. And I even would have been interested to see Jermel, when he was firing on all cylinders, fight a guy like Jaron Ennis right now, or fight a Terrence Crawford, because styles make fights. And he was a big 6 foot, 5'11 and a half junior middleweight, big junior middleweight, athletic, speed, power, mean. Jermel, to me, is a Hall of Famer. And Jermall should have been even better than him. Jermall might have been the underachiever of his era, even though he's still undefeated and won 2 titles. I think Jermall should have been one of those guys. But a lot of people would disagree with me about Jermel Charlo, and that's okay. Maria C. says Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez, easily a Hall of Famer. Easily one of the greatest fighters that have ever come through those weight classes. Easily. Paul Williams should have been. You could argue Paul Williams is actually. He beat Antonio Margarito when Margarito was the boogeyman. I actually think Margarito, if he in fact was loading his gloves against Cotto and Mosley, that if he had him loaded against Paul Williams too. And Paul Williams just beat him and held up to it down the stretch when Margarito came on strong. Paul Williams, Margarito, one of the most underrated fights of the last 25 years. And he beat Margarito at his peak. Great win. And beat Sergio Martinez. I know a lot of people thought that was a robbery, but I recall, I'd have to watch it again. He was getting smacked with a lot of left hands, but he out-hustled Martinez and pounded out that decision with volume. So he beats Margarito when Margarito was the boogeyman, possibly loading his gloves. He beats Sergio Martinez. I wouldn't be mad if Paul gets in at some point. He's borderline to me. And the eye test at 147, he wasn't a puncher like Tommy Hearns, but he was the closest thing we've seen to Tommy Hearns since Tommy Hearns at 147 in terms of height and ability at that height. He wasn't Tommy Hearns, okay? He couldn't crack like Tommy Hearns, but the movement, the 100 punches around, southpaw, tough, gritty, good punch resistance. I'm not mad if you put Paul, and he was ducked. I'm not mad if Paul Williams gets in at some point. He's borderline. Margarito Hall of Fame, no. So, but what's good? I know we got 930 people watching. So I guess you guys are enjoying this pre-main event Hall of Fame discussion. What's up, Mr. Quake? Good to see you. Zab better than AB? Yes. Zab was undisputed. Zab was the undisputed welterweight champion. Zab and Corey Spinks are both like certified Hall of Very Gooders. Like, even in Zab, Zab, the problem is it was unbecoming what he did with Jay Nady against Costa Zoo. He always seemed to lose at that level, but you can't discredit that he was even talented enough to pick up an IBF belt way past his prime. And that's when he lost it to Khan. But the fact that he even got his hands on another one, he won the WBO, I think, twice at 140, and he was the undisputed welterweight champion. I think the Zab Judah Corey Spinks fights have aged well and are underrated. I love those two fights. And in many ways, when I watch those two box each other in their prime, I see two great fighters, two underrated fighters. Corey Spinks, too. Corey Spinks, man, if Corey Spinks doesn't get robbed against Jermaine Taylor, he's a Hall of Famer. And Zab knocked him out. They were both undisputed. I think, they're like the definition of very good. And Zab is more talented than some guys in the Hall of Fame. Was Zab better than Broner, though? Yes. I would say so. Better resume, Spencer Thurman. Spence was. Spence is. Is Navarrete Hall of Fame? No, not quite. Hall of Very Good. Hall of Very Good. Navarrete's one of the best action fighters of his era. He's one of the most TV-friendly fighters of his era. Really good fighter. Zab actually lost the IBF to Josh Clottey. He wound up winning another one, though. And then losing it to Khan. I can't remember who he beat for it, but he was past it and still... And then even gave Danny, when Danny was the man at 140, he went the distance and gave him a really tough fight. Valero, no, not even close. Valero had a lot of potential, but no, didn't really get to accomplish anything. Corey feather-fisted Spinks, but he was big. He was a big welterweight and could really box his ass off as a southpaw. Great hand speed, very smart, great skills. Corey Spinks was a problem. Is Boots Hall of Fame? He's on his way. I mean, being two-time unified champion in two divisions is a nice notch in his belt. He's going to be. How about that? I don't even have, he's going to be when it's all said and done. Maybe not right now, though. Lucas Matisse, very good. Lucas Matisse was good, but Lucas was overrated. Lucas was overrated. I remember thinking, Maria, that Danny's going to beat him. And I was not surprised at all when Danny beat him. And that was supposed to be an upset. But Lucas was kind of overrated. Like, you got to remember, Maria, like, John Molina went life or death with him. John Molina almost knocked him out, dropped him twice. I was at that fight with Samantha at StubHub. Bam, Hall of Fame. Bam might already be Hall of Fame. Yeah, because Bam was essentially undisputed, 3 belts at 115, beat up guys like Quadras and Soren V-Side, who are Hall of Fame or certified Hall of Very Gooders. Beat up Estrada, who is a Hall of Famer, past his prime for sure, but still he beat him. And grabbing 3 belts, 3 weight classes now. Eye test 100% there. Been top 5 pound for pound for a good consistent part of the last two years or so. Bam might already be there. Again, you got to think of it like this. If the kid died in a car accident tomorrow, would he eventually get in? Bam might be a yes already. I think Bam might already be a yes. So Loma? Yeah, Loma's Hall of Fame. Because youngest to do it, fewest fights to win a title, fewest fights to win 2 titles, became 3 belt champion at lightweight. Even like that loss to Haney, the fact that he's a smaller, older guy getting this close to beating a Hall of Famer who was 23, 24, bigger than him, and coming this close to beating him, that's like a Hall of Fame performance even in a loss. But for Loma, it's the gold medals or the gold medal. I can't remember if he won 1 or 2, but it's the gold medal. It's the fewest to do it in this fight, that fight. He put hands on Rigondeaux, even though Rigondeaux was too small, but he was undefeated and everybody was asking for it. Good wins against your Linareses, your Pedrazas, your Nicholas Walters, your Gary Russells, who's very talented. Loma's a Hall of Famer. Are there certain people that overrated him? Yes, but he's a Hall of Famer. What's up, Matthew? Thank you for the super chat. Azuma Nelson is Hall of Fame all day. No question about it. Easily a Hall of Fame. Matthew says, what's good, Sean? Shout out from London, England. 5 a.m. here, and you're helping me get through my night shift. Are AJ or Fury Hall of Fame in your opinion? Yeah, I think they both are. Fury to me is one of the great heavyweights. It's just his prime wasn't very long because he doesn't really stay in shape like that. But I think a man that size with that fluidity and feinting ability and hand speed and switching stances, having an all-time classic heavyweight trilogy with Wilder and coming out on top of it, beating one of the great heavyweights in history in Vlad Klitschko and ending a decade-long dominant reign. Good little wins over Dillian Whytes and guys like that. Being the lineal heavyweight champion, I think Fury's Hall of Fame. At his best day, which only lasted for from Tom Schwartz. He showed it in glimpses. The second Wilder fight, most notably. But I think the Fury that beat Wilder in 2020 in the second fight is basically a handful for any heavyweight that ever lived. At that size, the way that form he had that night, he was a fucking problem. And then he accomplished enough, had enough memorable moments that he's a Hall of Famer. Joshua's a Hall of Famer. He knocked out Klitschko. He beat Joseph Parker. I know there's a few other good wins on that record. Joshua's one of the great punchers in heavyweight history. I think, Wilder's right hand overshadowed at times the punching power of Anthony Joshua. Beat Andy Ruiz, right? Andy Ruiz, Vladimir Klitschko, Joseph Parker, a couple of other solid heavyweights. 2-time unified heavyweight champion. Kind of got boxing's lick back against Francis Ngannou after Fury embarrassed boxing by losing to Ngannou. And Joshua is one of the great knockout artists in heavyweight history. Joshua's a Hall of Famer. And Wilder is one of the great punchers of all time. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, though. But I got a lot of love for Wilder. And when I was growing up, again, guys like Ernie Shavers and Ron Lyle, they were romanticized for their punching power instead of criticized for their limitations technically. And people, the first thing they would say about Ernie Shavers was, that motherfucker could punch. It wasn't, oh, his jab wasn't that good and his skills and this and that. It was that motherfucker could punch. Or Ron Lyle, that motherfucker could punch. And David Tua, that motherfucker could punch. It wasn't, yeah, but Tua, if you kept him on the outside and you tied him up. And so that's how I think of Wilder, and he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's one of the great punchers of all time with that right hand. And I appreciate and celebrate him for that. And he had a big heart. Very big heart. Thank you, Tay-Day, for the super chat. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. J-Dub, good question. Would the winner of Foster Navarrete be Hall of Fame? I think Navarrete, yes. Because Navarrete, 122, 126, 130, has unified already. He beats Foster. That's 3 belts. Foster's never unified. Foster's always fought in one weight class. Right now, Foster is a very good. Like, he's good, very good quality. He's a quality champion. But Foster he's knocking on the door. If Foster beats Navarrete, now we're talking. Like, now he's basically undisputed at 130. He beat Ray Vargas, who was a 3-division champ. Navarrete would be a huge win. He's getting there with a win over Navarrete. I think Navarrete, being in a bunch of action fights, being a 3-division champ already, if he could add on a big win like Foster and a big unification like that, I think Navarrete would be there, or at least closer. So, all right, but looks like now we're getting to the Wilder doesn't have a great chin. He had a good chin before. He did. He took bombs against Luis Ortiz, who could crack. Is Cornflake LaManna a Hall of Famer? Easily. First ballot. Hall of Famer in my book. Yeah, Ryan Magnu, Joe Calzaghe got in the Hall of Fame first ballot. He's one of the greatest fighters of his era. He easily got in first ballot. And guys like Inoue, Usyk, they're a lock. Canelo. Bivol. Bivol's a Hall of Famer. I think Beterbiev is too. But Bivol's a certified lock. First ballot. All right, so co-main just wrapped up. Legit question, is Carl Froch already in the Hall of Fame? He is, and that's a little, that's where being the guy who sold 80,000 at Wembley and being a good media personality and being beloved by the Brits, that helps him. Is he really a Hall of Fame? To me, he's more of a Hall of a very good guy. He is. But, he held his own in one of the deepest super middleweight eras in that division's history. He knocked out Groves in front of 80,000. He's a great media personality. But to me, Carl Froch, is he really a Hall of Fame? I don't know. I think to me he's more of a very good. But hey, I didn't vote him in, but he got voted in and he's in. So Cobra beat Arthur Abraham. He beat Mikkel Kessler. He has some really good ones. That's what I mean, really good. He's really good. Tarver, why is he in? Because he knocked out Roy. He could be 1-0. But if you knock out Roy, if you were the first guy to knock out Roy Jones when he was number 1 pound for pound, untouchable for a decade, should have been 50-0 if not for the Montel Griffin DQ, you got to get in, bro. Just on that one win alone. And then he beat other guys, Eric Harding, Glenn Johnson. Is Jermaine Taylor Hall of Fame? No. But much love to Jermaine. So, Hall of Famer in your book, you must be writing fiction books. Well, I mean, I do have a vote, but I'm only just one little vote. I do got to vote now. Crazy how Fernando Vargas isn't in the Hall of Fame. Well, he's thought of more as a guy that when he fought the best, he came up short. De La Hoya, Trinidad, because at the time he beat Winky, and first of all, it was a very close fight that could have, in most people's estimation, gone either way. But Winky wasn't Winky yet. This wasn't the Winky Wright of the mid-2000s in music videos and top 2 pound for pound, top 3 pound for pound, dominating Trinidad and Mosley. This was late 90s Winky Wright that didn't perfect his style yet. But it's a guy in his athletic prime who was already experienced, and it was a great fight, an underrated fight, a great fight. And Vargas, he out hustled, he pulled through in the end in the championship rounds. He hurt Winky in the 9th, and he beat a first ballot Hall of Famer who was in his athletic prime, who already was an experienced fighter at the championship level. So, but again, at the time he fought Winky, Winky wasn't considered that kind of guy. So the way Fernando's looked at is whenever he fought those kind of guys, he lost. So that's why he popped for steroids. But to me, Fernando's a Hall of Famer. And I vote for him every year. And I think Israel Vasquez finally got in. That's a guy I was voting for every year. Do I think it's over for Cool Boy Fulton? Pretty much, you know. But, hey, I thought he was going to lose the Figueroa rematch and he came back. But I don't know anybody that's going to want to take a chance at paying him to show up for a fight and make a weight now at what he's doing. All right, so Tim Tszyu in the dressing room. It is almost main event time now. We had a hell of a Hall of Fame discussion. My God. It was fun, though. It was fun. Carl Frampton, to me, is a very good. And so is Leo Santa Cruz, who they had their two. To me, they're, two textbook very good. But we'll see. Does being pound for pound number 1 at any point automatically make you Hall of Fame? Well, that's a great question, because do we know of any fighters that have ever been number 1 pound for pound who never got in? That doesn't seem likely. I don't know if there's any guy who's ever been number 1 pound for pound who didn't get in, Pong Salik Wongjong Kam should be in the Hall of Fame. Hey, I never really watched them, Chiquian, but that motherfucker was on the pound for pound list all the time. I do know Ivan Calderon deserved it when he got in. Ivan Calderon was legit. All right, so Spence looks got a good game face on, man. He just looks ready to fight in the dressing room. Spence was getting a good workout in before. Tszyu, to me, looks like he's got feeling a little bit more of the pressure in there. And I kind of like, we're being armchair psychologists, kind of like Spence's game face better than Tszyu right now. I think this is going to be an entertaining fight. I think it's going to be a competitive fight. Buster Douglas, fuck it. He should probably get in it at some point, bro. Because when you win the greatest upset in the history of the sport by knockout against Mike Tyson when he's undefeated in his prime, it's like you gotta wait, because you were kind of a one-hit wonder, but you should probably get in at some point. That's fair. So it's probably fair, Chiquian. Marlon Starling still waiting. Marlon Starling was a great fighter too, yeah. Unique style and high guard. All right, tell us. Yeah, Spence in the dressing room, got his man down robe on, headband on. See my guy Thomas Hill in there. And Spence just looks ready to fight. You got to like Errol Spence's mental. He is a fighting motherfucker, as he says. He's just, even-keeled. Demeanor looks good in there. Good sweat work. He just looks ready to fight. I like what I see from Spence in the dressing room. Doesn't really look like he's dealing with nerves. Looks like he's got some ice in his veins, and he's ready to throw some hands. Tszyu, to me, looks like he's feeling the pressure more, and that could be a good thing or a bad thing. You know what I mean? But Tszyu, warming up, stretching a little bit. And both fighters ready to fight, but it's Spence who seems a little bit more cold-blooded, let's say. Now Spence takes a seat in the back, as this is kind of being too long of a wait. We got both fighters robed. Both fighters have their sweat worked up, and it's time to get this thing going now. It's fight time, and the broadcast instead is, you know, indulging in some more commentary up in the booth. They need to get my guy Sean Porter ringside, and let's get to fight time now. We got two fighters ready to go, robed up. Yeah, so you see Tszyu pacing around, hanging his head a little bit, and Spence taking a seat, getting ready to go. It's Tim Tszyu, 25-0 or 26-0 in Australia, 1-3 then in the United States. But he's never fought a fighter quite of this caliber in Australia. Fought Brian Mendoza, Tony Harrison, very good fighters. Now Tim Tszyu's grandfather comes from behind him, trainer Jeff Fennick, who is a Hall of Famer. And speaking of Hall of Fame, Jeff Fennick's a Hall of Famer. And here comes Tim Tszyu now to the ring. Again, you can see Tszyu bowing his head a little bit. I think feeling the pressure and the nerves at fighting at home in a big fight in his small pond against a possible future Hall of Famer in Errol Spence, the most decorated fighter he's ever fought in his career. And again, this could be good nerves. Jeff Fennick giving a word to Tszyu. Tszyu does seem like he's feeling some of the nerves of the moment, but that could spurn on performance, or it could be an indicator of a fighter not as confident as the other guy who seems to have ice in his veins. But again, these could be good nerves are sometimes a really good thing that spurn you on to do better things, but other times, you know, they can get in the way of performance too. But Tszyu, orange Everlast gloves, flexes his waist a little bit, moves his head around. And yeah, as Maria says in the chat, that's a heavy weight. Yeah, it's a heavy weight he's holding. It's got a lot of pressure on him now that it's fight time. Spence, the more experienced fighter under big stress, high stress environments, main event time kind of environments. And Tszyu, a talented fighter in his own right, knows he's been the boss heading into the ring against the other fighters that have traveled to Australia, but this time knows he is up against by far the best, the most decorated fighter he's had. Now, is it the best fighter he's had at 36, 3 years off? You know, that remains to be seen. Mendoza came to Australia fresh off knocking out Fundora with a lot of momentum, and Tszyu fairly dominant in that fight, beat Mendoza up. But Mendoza, a fighter with power and some good legs, but really a one-hit wonder at this level against Fundora. Not the case for Errol Spence. Got all those questions coming in about him, but Life OG says, I like both fighters. Both are good dudes. Griff MMA says, who will impose their will and skill? I think Tszyu can do it. We got a lot of Tszyu fans now popping in the chat for fight time. All right, let's start a poll. Let's do it. Who wins? The Texas Bull. The Aussie. Boom. All right, get your chat. Got 1,000 people in the chat. Go ahead and get your popcorn. Let's get ready for this round by round. Well said, Friday Night Films. May the best man win. The classy Jimmy Lennon Jr. in the ring. Jimmy Lennon Jr., man. He grew on me. He used to feel B tier compared to Michael Buffer growing up in the 2000s. It's an HBO version of Michael Buffer. But I've grown to really almost prefer Jimmy Lennon Jr. now in this era. The man is classy. He has the right nickname. All right, here comes Tim Tszyu to the ring first. Despite being neither fighter's a champion right now, Tim Tszyu's the hometown fighter, the hometown favorite, the draw in this capacity, but Tszyu has to come to the ring first. And you can see the nerves and the pressure on Tim Tszyu. So we'll see. It could be good nerves. Got Jeff Fennick and his grandfather to his left and to his right. The Aussies are a tough game bunch. Cool people, classy people, have been very hospitable to Errol Spence. Errol Spence has been grateful of that reception, but undoubtedly they want their man to win this fight. All respect and class aside, this is the man coming to the ring that they hope wins this fight. So white everlast robe from Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu compared this fight to his father's fight with Julio Cesar Chavez. Chavez, the best name on Costa Tszyu's resume, well past his prime by the time Tszyu stopped him in 2000, but still, to have that kind of name on your record, regardless of where they're at in their career, is a big feather in your cap. And Tszyu, if he wins tonight, will in all likelihood retire Errol Spence, especially if it is in decisive fashion. So we'll see if he's able to do that tonight as he comes to the ring. Some pyro, some fire going off in the crowd. And here comes the former WBO super welterweight champion at one point in 2023 heading into 2024, the number 1 ranked super welterweight in the world behind the champion Jermell Charlo. And he lost that number 1 status to Fundora in that upset in 2024. And ever since then, it's been a game of musical chairs atop that division between Fundora and then Virgil Ortiz and now Jaron Ennis with the number 1 ranking in that division with 2 belts. So, but Tszyu was there. He was the WBO champ. He was really being decisive and steamrolling a number of former champions, veterans, guys like Mendoza coming off knockouts of Fundora, a knockout of Fundora, and now he's in the ring. Daps up his promoter. And Tim Tszyu is in the ring now, shuffling his feet around, giving kisses out to the crowd. It's hard to play armchair psychologist sometimes, but you don't sense quite the same intensity and when he was the soul taker. But he says this is Tim Tszyu 2.0. So this is a Tim Tszyu who's been knocked out a few times and now maybe has changed his demeanor and is a different version of himself coming in than when he would come in with a lot of bravado and as a bully. But right there, you know, taking in a big moment. Here comes Errol Spence now. Good sweat, still worked up. First fight with Ronnie Shields. Father right behind him. Team right behind him. Spence, the taller, slimmer fighter here at 160 pounds compared to Tim Tszyu. Spence coming in, kind of subdued demeanor in the dressing room. Now coming to the arena. And now Spence finally showing a little hint of nervous humanity as well, as I see him walking through the back before he becomes visible to the arena. Longtime sparring partner Thomas Hill behind him to his left. Little bit of punches being thrown by Spence. He starts to loosen up now as he gets closer to being visible to the audience. Spence jumping up, shooting off some shots, ripping a few uppercuts, a few 1-2s. And yeah, Spence showing that he's human too. You know, had ice in his veins in the back, but now you could see him lower his head a little bit as Tim Tszyu was doing coming to the ring. And no doubt he's now feeling the moment of the bright lights of fight time. Even though he's experienced, it's been 3 long years since getting underneath these bright lights. And now Spence with some Aborigines, Australians around him for his entrance. Comes walking in, throwing some uppercuts, and is in fight mode with a good sweat worked up. Spence looks up, takes it in. Now a smile comes across Spence's face, and he's looking more comfortable and at home in this environment now, coming to the ring. Thank you for the super chat. Big Offner says, does Costa not support Tim's fighting? I never seen him around weird. They have a weird, kind of estranged relationship. I think Tim loves his father, has immense respect to his father, but his dad did leave him around 15 or 16. He left him, and I think got another family, left him behind in Australia as he went back to Eastern Europe. So that can cause a little bit of a rupture. Tim, when he got knocked out by Murtazaliev, said he'll never have his dad at ringside again because it's just, it fucks with him. So make of that what you will. But I think there's definitely love there. But now Spence is in the ring, takes it all in, smiles, and looks confident. Yeah, Spence has that smile. All right, tail of the tape. Spence with an 1.5 inch reach advantage at 72 inches. Half-inch height advantage. Both fighters came in at 159. Tszyu 31. Spence 36. Both fighters are good doubles and triples hitters. Good power by both fighters. Spence, the more heavy-handed volume puncher. Tszyu, the snappier, little bit sharper puncher, punch for punch, but doesn't throw as many of them. And both guys more doubles and triples hitters than they are one-punch knockout artists. Good power by both of them. Two different types of power. Tszyu more the snappy kind of power. Spence the more heavy-handed clubbing power. And again, both guys more doubles and triples hitters than they are home run hitters. So we'll see. We'll see what we get here. It's almost fight time. A lot of speculation about this fight. A lot of questions about this fight on both fighters' ends. And this is the best time. This is the best moment in boxing about to go underway when we find out everything and what's the truth. Pun not intended, but fits. So we got over 1,000 people in here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't yet. And let's enjoy this fight together. Let's make this round by round happen. Sean, a Haney puppet, Shakur hater. Okay, thank you for jumping in the chat, Big Suto Evo. Did the round one start? No, not yet. We're set to get started here in a moment. Okay, being an armchair psychologist, I kind of like the demeanor of Spence better. All that could go out the window, but yeah, someone just said Tszyu's body language is off. If he gets cracked in the first round, he ain't winning. Tszyu has been, it's funny, I expect Tszyu to be the fighter that gets off to a good start in this fight. And Errol to need a couple rounds to get the ring rust off and get that jab pumping. But Tszyu is the guy who's been down multiple times early in fights. Against Fundora in the rematch, against Terrell Goucher. So, you know, we'll see what's up. Tay-Day, thank you, brother. Tay-Day says, hit that fucking button, y'all. Reed says, thank you, Sean, for your service to boxing. Mr. Quake says, Sean Z, sports psychologist. I'm not saying I'm a good one, but we all do it, right? We all give a little sports psychology. Yeah, Tim, I'm not loving the demeanor from Tim right now. Spence, confident, ready to fight. Bouncing up and down. So, 60. We got 2/3 of the chat picking Errol Spence to win right now. And Spence, he's still one of the fighters that has a passionate fan base. You know? I picked him to win by decision in a competitive fight, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's ready to dominate Tim Tszyu. Like his demeanor. And Tszyu, again, looks nervous during this introduction. So we'll see what's up. Tszyu getting his introduction. And, you know, no punching in the corner. Like, you know, Spence, when he was coming out, loosening up his shoulders, letting some uppercuts go, some 1-2s. Getting that little bounce in the corner once he's in the ring. Tszyu's just been kind of like frozen, you know. So I don't know what to make of it. We'll see. Spence again with that little smile, nodding his head around, like, yeah, I'm about to fuck boy up. That's my bad Texas accent. Let's see. Ronnie Shields got that smile. Errol Spence got a little smile to him. Errol Spence's dad has a little smile to him. Okay, maybe they know something. And by the way, that's right. Born in Long Island, New York. Hey. So, I forgot that. I forgot Errol Spence is actually from New York. But, of course, he reps Texas. All right, Spence takes his robe off. Not the chiseled physique he once had with the 8-pack at super welterweight. But still, you can see his abs. He's covered up in tats now, so it's harder to see the muscles the way you once did. He still looks thin at 160. He isn't this hulking 160-pounder. Tim Tszyu has more of the wide frame, but yeah, and Spence does have that long abdomen, very tall. Tszyu, the more compact frame, and here they go at center ring. Spence looks taller than just a half-inch height advantage. Standing straight up, they touch gloves at the center of the ring, and it is fight time, baby. It is fight time. Let's get it popping. All right. Here we go. All right, round one. Let's go. Let's see if that Spence jab is working. And that's the first punch out of the gate. Spence measuring with the jab. Got that wide base in the center of the ring. Spence off with a sweeping left hand to the body. Tszyu takes a step out of range and makes him whiff on that. Spence probing with the lead hand early. Tszyu keeping his high guard up. Feints. Steps forward to Spence now. Errol still jabbing over the top, but Tszyu keeping his hands at home, catching him. Spence takes a step forward behind the jab. Tszyu tries to check him with a little touch left hook. Spence gets out of the way of it. In the center of the ring now. Tszyu looks like the bigger man through the shoulders than Spence, but Spence is getting off with that lead hand early. Now Tszyu lets his first jab go, touches Spence on the top of the head a little bit. Straight left hand to the body by Errol Spence in the center of the ring off the jab. But Tszyu blocking most of these jabs early on. Spence getting off as expected with that jab, though, in the first minute of the fight. Now Spence is back near the ropes for the first time. Straight right hand by Tszyu, parried by the left hand of Spence. Tszyu, lead left hook. Spence pulls his weight out of the way to pull back to make him fall short. Double jab by Spence, sets up a straight left hand to the body. Tszyu picking these shots off, but it's Errol Spence getting off first and often behind the jab right now. Tszyu trying to apply intelligent pressure and get close to Spence before he lets go of something. So Spence back near the ropes this time. Double jabs his way off. Not landing anything really is Spence, but he's getting off first. Straight left hand by Spence, blocked by Tszyu. There's a left hand that gets through for Spence as he sweeps it a little bit behind the jab. And a straight left hand to the body by Spence. Another left hand by Spence to the body. Tszyu comes back with a two-piece up top. Spence catches it. Jab lands for Spence. Tszyu, though, is staying very coiled and feels like he's going to be explosive with anything he throws. Little over a minute left. Sweeping left hand touches for Spence. Left hook lands on the top of the head for Tszyu. But Spence is getting off 3 or 4 to 1 in that sequence and touches the body a couple of times. Minute left in the round. Check left hook by Tszyu. Spence knocked off balance a little bit. Straight right hand by Tszyu pops Spence's head up. Another straight right hand by Tszyu pops Spence's head up. And now Spence off balance, sweeping right hand, and Spence's legs look bad off that sweeping right hand. Can Spence get through this moment? Because Spence's balance is not good early on. He was getting off first, but he's not reacting well when he gets touched. And this has become a Tszyu round despite all that activity by Spence early on. Spence overshoots a sweeping left hand. And Tszyu pushes off of him. Tszyu allowing Spence to get off first early and often, but looking to pick his shots with accuracy and explosiveness. And he was able to rock Spence with a right hand here in round one. 10 seconds left in the round. Spence was getting some decent work done, but got rocked by that right hand in the last minute of the round. This is going to conclude the first round, 10-9 Tim Tszyu. So Spence able to get off first with a lot of jabbing, touching the body a little bit. Then just as he sweeps the left hand, he gets that in. Looks like, but never fully looked sharp yet, and didn't look like his balance was really good in the first round. He was able to pelt Tim Tszyu, but then Tim Tszyu started knocking his head up with a couple of straight right hands, and then he swept a right hand, and that knocked Spence off balance. Spence already trying to exit out to his left, and a sweeping right hand hit him on the top, near the top of the head, or no, right on the chin, right in the face, and it knocked him off balance. Spence smiled and tried to overcome it, and did. Had the composure to get through that. So 10-9 Tim Tszyu after the first. We'll see if Spence can get his legs underneath him, or if Tszyu is just going to be patient here and hurt Spence again. Got some super chats I got to get to when we can. Round two, here we go. Spence with that wide base, shoots a straight left hand, a right hook, but the speed and the snap not there here early on. But he's saying, you know, if as long as I could throw punches, I'm going to throw them. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. Tszyu being very tucked in defensively right now, catching on the gloves, keeping his elbows tucked in for what goes to the midsection. Spence is getting pressured by Tszyu, trying to fence him off with activity. Now they clinch, and Spence breaks back into the center of the ring. Spence still doesn't look sharp with his punch. There's a nice left hand to the body on the inside by Spence. Lead right hook by Spence. Tszyu blocking and catching a lot of these shots. Straight left hand by Spence. He falls in behind it. Short right hand back by Tim Tszyu. Touches him. Spence with a right hook to the body on the inside. Straight left hand by Spence. Tszyu letting Spence get off and outwork him, but perhaps just trying to wait for the right times to let his shots go as the sharper puncher. Spence with a couple of jabs. Gets in the inside, lets his left hand go, but not great placement and snap by Spence right now. And Spence is known as a busy fighter, but throwing a lot of punches here. And, oh, big right hook miss by Spence after touching with a straight left hand to the body. But Tszyu not getting anything off right here. Spence, straight left hand to the body. Pushes Tszyu off. Another straight left hand to the body by Spence. Right hook to the body. Tszyu just taking those shots, but he's letting Spence tee off a little bit here. Little touch straight right hand by Tszyu. Halfway through the round, chopping right hand by Tszyu on the top of Spence's head. Tszyu comes back with a straight left hand to the body. Or Spence comes back with a straight left hand to the body. Excuse me. Right hand to the body by Tszyu. Straight right hand up top. And a sweeping right hand off a pivot by Tim Tszyu. But back comes Spence with a right hook to the body. He blocks the sweeping right hand by Tszyu. Nice, hard, straight left hand to the body by Spence with a little bit of distance between them. Spence letting those hands go. 1-2 to the body by Spence. Straight left hand by Spence. Good straight left hand that splits the high guard for Spence. And Spence leans on Tszyu. Tszyu pushes him off in the center of the ring. Straight right hand by Tszyu knocks Spence off balance as he goes straight back. Still just bad balance by Spence, but he's winning the round. Digging a sweeping left hand to the body. Tszyu with a nice pivot. Spence keeps his glove up to block the right hand on the pivot. Gets in 2 body shots after that. Straight left hand to the body. The body work is good by Spence right here in the second round. And I think Tszyu is feeling some of those shots. Straight left hand lands for Spence. His best shot of the fight so far. And that got Tim Tszyu's attention. It was a nice straight left hand. Spence just outworking Tszyu. And that straight left hand had some snap. Tszyu has to take advantage more early on before Spence can catch his rhythm. And you could already see Spence starting to get a better rhythm on these shots. And he was starting to flow defensively a little bit better, too, just getting his hands back up in time. So good second round by Spence, 10 seconds left. And Tszyu did not do anything that round, really. And Spence invested to the body a lot that second round. And then one of those straight left hands began to have some snap and some life on it. 1 round apiece, 19-19 for both fighters. Super chat from Jameson Childress, my dog. Thank you, brother. Says, what's up, Sean? Win, lose, or draw? I'm rocking with Spence all day. One of the last true throwback fighters. Thank you, brother. Minutes and Principles Life. Thank you for the 10. Says, let's go. Thank you, brother. And then we got a 20 from Aussie, I believe. Says, salute Sean in the chat. Spence has been welcomed and embraced by Sydney and Indigenous Australians. I'm hoping our Aussie Tim wins, but he does look nervous. Props to whoever wins, though. Should be fire. Smash that like button, folks. Thank you, brother. All right, Tszyu's going to have to let his hands go more. And this isn't good. You don't want to let Spence continue to settle down and knock that rust off and build up a head of steam. You're going to get broken down if you're Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu, while he's fresh early in this fight and has his snap, needs to punch with Errol Spence and not be so patient. Round 3 begins. Spence falls into a clinch with Tszyu. Punching in that clinch a little bit with the right hand of the body. Referee separates them. Spence keeping him off with a jab, measuring, straight right hand by Tszyu, falls short. Spence using that length to pull back. Right uppercut by Tszyu, a little bit short. Spence pushes him off. Straight right hand touches for Tszyu, but Errol pivots out and lands a hard straight left hand to the body. Those are some nice straight left hands to the body, Spence. There's a chopping right hand by Tszyu out of the clinch. Errol sweeps a left hand to the body and a right hook to the body. Tszyu lets go of a little straight right hand. They wrestle a little bit on the inside, but it's Spence who's more comfortable punching in that clinch, and he sweeps a left hand up top after sweeping one of the body in the clinch. Errol swimming a little bit on the inside, digging to the body, smothering Tszyu when he wants to a little bit. Tszyu Straight right hand, tries to pivot out to his left, but Spence is physical on the inside. Right uppercut on the inside misses for Spence. He smothers the work of Tszyu and hits him with a right hand short into the body. More body work on the inside by Spence. Gets underneath the left hook by Tszyu, sweeps the left hand, chopping right hand up top to the head by Tszyu, but Spence is outworking him again. 2 hard body shots on the inside by Spence, and Tszyu is in danger of getting broken down to the body if he lets this continue with this sustained body attack right now. 1, 2, 3 by Spence. Tszyu keeping his hands at home to block those shots, but it's activity by Spence, who angles off. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. 14 body shots for Spence early in the first 3 rounds to just 1 for Tszyu. 1, 2, trying to split the high guard by Spence. Another 1, 2, a right hook behind it. Dig into the body of Spence on the inside. Tszyu, though, still coming forward, pushing him back, but it's Spence's body work right now, controlling the 3rd round. 1, 2, 3 by Spence up top. Sweeping right hand and a sweeping left hand by Spence on the inside. Tszyu is letting Spence get off a hell of a lot, and Spence is being physical on the inside, smothering the work of Tszyu. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu. Sweeping left hand to the body by Spence. Spence smothers him and then pushes out. Nice little short left hook lands on the top of Spence's head, and a straight right hand right after it by Tszyu. Sweeping right hand by Tszyu. Backing Spence up. Straight right hand by Tszyu, but Spence gets his head off the line and smothers him. Better work by Tszyu here. Another straight right hand touches Spence down the pipe. But Spence taking the shots a little bit better now. Tszyu drops his lead hand, tries to pull with the straight right hand. Spence gets out of the way of it. Straight left hand to the body by Spence, and he ties Tszyu up right after that. Spence doing a good job of, when he falls in, tying and smothering Tszyu up. That's another round for Errol Spence on the activity and the body work. Tszyu closed better in the last 30 or 40 seconds. Started to land some short shots up top, but it's a Spence round. Now, neither guy looks in their prime. Tszyu doesn't look as quite twitchy. He's uncomfortable, and he's got to dig deep here, because if it continues at this pace, he could get broken down to the body. But Spence looks a little bit more comfortable, and that dog and that grit and that volume give him the edge right now. 29-28, 2 rounds to 1. And if you really cut out the right hand that stunned Spence in round 1, it's really been Spence's fight in terms of just consistent body work. A few right hands in round 1 won Tszyu the round, but outside of those early right hands in round 1, Tszyu hasn't done much since then. Errol's going to gas out. I don't know. Spence fights at a very high volume by nature. 3 years out the ring, we'll see. And neither fighter looks at their best right now, but it's been entertaining early on. Two straight left hands to the body by Spence, taking something off the shots to touch the midsection. Back comes Tszyu with a straight right hand. Nice little counter left hook by Tszyu as Spence reached for a jab. Tszyu touching and countering over the top of that jab right there. Nice right hand by Tim Tszyu off a touch jab up top. And now a nice straight right hand to the body by Tim Tszyu, and a straight right hand up top for Tim Tszyu. A 3-2 by Tszyu, as Spence has to let Tszyu take the initiative here to start the 4th. Good first 40 seconds for Tim Tszyu to get this 4th, and he needs to get something going here. Now Spence digs to the body, and the referee warns him for borderline shots. Nothing egregious there. 2 good body shots. Back on the jab is Spence. Sweeps the left hand. Tszyu covers up on the inside. Right hook to the body by Spence on the inside. Straight right hand by Tszyu. Straight right hand counter as Spence digs to the body. Oh, nice hard left hand on the inside by Spence. And a 1-2 by Spence. Tszyu countering with a right hand. A pull sweeping right hand on the inside. Good action heating up to another level now. Real exchanges breaking out. Check left hook by Tszyu. Spence, though, landing his jab. Shooting a 1-2 through the center. Another jab, 1-2 through the center for Spence. Tszyu, oh, hard left hand to the body by Spence on the inside. Knifed it in as more of a left uppercut kind of shot. Beautiful right hand counter by Tim Tszyu. There's the pull counter, Tszyu, but Spence took it well. Tszyu with a good pull counter game, showing it right there. Parries the jab. Straight right hand counter by Tszyu as Spence reached with a left hand to the body. Tszyu landing some accurate shots this round. Good straight right hand by Tim Tszyu. I think Spence felt that one a little bit, and he clinches Tim Tszyu. Minute left in the fourth. Tszyu with the cleaner work with his right hand this round, but Spence has gotten some good body work done. Good right hand to the body by Tim Tszyu, and a left hook up top. Short left hook, good combinations. Right hand lands for Tszyu. Tszyu having a very good round right now and settling down and getting comfortable. Spence has had to expend a lot of energy early on, and Spence smiles, takes some deep breaths. He's feeling this pace. Spence pushes off on Tszyu. This is a Tszyu round. Oh, nice right uppercut to the body by Tszyu. Tszyu placing his right hands to the body and to the head beautifully this round on Errol Spence. Straight right hand to the body by Tszyu again off a touch jab up top. Straight left hand misses for Spence. Tszyu gets his head off the line. Comes back with a short straight right hand. Little left hook. Sweeping right hand behind it. Good sequence for Tszyu again. Spence taking the shots well though. Right uppercut off a touch jab by Tszyu. Falls a little short. Straight right hand touching Spence to the body. Good work by Tim Tszyu in this fourth round. That's going to even it up at 2 rounds apiece. And that's what Tim Tszyu needs to do. He is more the sharpshooter right now. The guy with more snap and speed on each shot. Spence has the advantage when he's able to run his numbers and Tszyu isn't punching and he can dig to the body. But Spence maybe needed a little bit of a breather after expending a lot of energy. Spence looks a little weary in the corner there. Ronnie Shields giving him instructions, telling him to stick to the body and get his head off the line. Once upon a time, this pace would have been nothing for Errol Spence. But 3 years out of the ring, throwing so many punches in the first third of the fight, looks like he's feeling it. And Tim Tszyu looked like he really started to settle down there in the fourth round. But I feel like we could have more ebbs and flows in this fight. We've already had a couple. We had Tszyu come out strong in the first round. Spence take the momentum with body work in rounds 2 and 3. Then you see Tszyu take the momentum back in the fourth round here. Terrence Crawford ringside. And here we go, round 5. Round 5 about to start. And Tszyu's corner, a little bit of water they got to rinse, clean up there. And now we go round 5. Spence sweeping the left hand behind the jab. But again, he's the one pushing his shots. The snappier puncher is Tszyu. Nice jab lands for Spence as Tszyu tried to lead with a straight right hand. And Spence landed a nice jab to knock the sweat. Oh, left hook lands up top for Tszyu, but Spence landed a hard left hand to the body. They traded right there. Now Tszyu punching with a right hand to the body in the clinch, but Spence digging to the body back. Sweeping left hand to the body by Spence. Tszyu coming forward though. 25-5 advantage for Spence in the body shot department. Tszyu coming forward, trying to apply pressure. Spence a little slow with his counter. They both dig to the body inside. Now Spence is against the ropes. Fights his way off the ropes. Tries to smother Tszyu. Nice combination by Spence. Letting his hands go. Punctuating that combination with a left hand up top. Straight left hand, but not a lot of snap on it. 1-2 by Spence. Sets up a digging right hook to the body. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. Tszyu taking those shots well. Double right hook to the body by Spence. Tszyu gets backed up by that. Hard left hand to the body by Spence. Sweeping it. Tszyu turns Spence. Another sweeping left hand to the body by Spence. Spence digging to Tszyu's body. Now a right hand to the body by Tszyu gives Spence back some of his own medicine. But Spence teeing off to the body in these last couple sequences. And Tszyu, another right hook to the body. Left hand to the body by Errol Spence. Straight right hand by Tszyu, but Tszyu getting outworked right now. It's the body work of Spence getting him momentum in the fifth, halfway through it. Both fighters jockeying for position on the inside. Spence knows how to be a little bit more physical in the phone booth. Knows how to post and frame better. Hard right hook to the body by Spence on the inside. Tszyu trying to load up on a shot up top, but Spence ducking underneath shots instinctively. Switches orthodox for a second, switches back. Spence punching and punching and punching. Little short right hook to the body by Spence. Sweeping left hand by Spence. Straight right hand by Tszyu. Not enough activity by Tszyu, and Spence continues to invest to the body. Spence letting his hands go on the inside, getting away from a left hook to the midsection by Tszyu. Tszyu not placing it right. Spence ducking underneath it. Tszyu just not letting the numbers work for him here. He doesn't look too badly affected by the body work of Spence. Again, Spence lacks that snap consistently, but Spence is just dogging it out. Spence lets go. Spence letting go of body shot. Sweeping right hand up top by Tszyu with some snap on it, but not enough to stem the tide. This is headed towards being an Errol Spence round here in the 5th. 13 seconds left. Tszyu just didn't do enough. And I think that this is a pattern developing in the fight. Tszyu is going to have his flashier moments with his right hand, but it's going to come fewer and further between. Spence, who's going to be consistent with his volume to the body. I give that round to Spence. 48-47 Errol Spence. I got him winning rounds 2, 3, and 5, and I got 1 and 4 for Tszyu. So we'll see. We got almost 1,500 people in here. Again, please do your boy a favor. Hit the like if you're enjoying the round by round, and please subscribe. But as expected, it's been an entertaining fight so far. Neither guy looks like they're at their best anymore. Neither guy looks like they're going to make some run at the cream of the crop of any division. But it's a spirited fight. Basically, so far, what I expected heading in. Nice jab that landed by Spence on the slow-mo. That was early in the round as Tszyu looked to reach for a lead right hand. Sweeping right hand landed for Tszyu. He got a couple of those in, but it was the consistent body work of Spence. Tay said 3-2 Spence. How? I think the consistency to the body, which CompuBox shows him outlanding Tszyu right now 5-1. So round 6 begins. A nice two-piece out of a clinch by Tszyu. Short left hook set up by a short right hand, sweeping right hand that got that left hook in. 84 shots landed for Errol Spence. 400 punches thrown through 5 rounds to 64 landed. More accuracy from Tszyu at 30% to Spence's 20%, but not enough volume. But Tszyu with a good start to this round. Again, short little accurate shots up top. Straight little right hand to the body by Tszyu. Straight right hand up top on the inside. Tszyu showing the hand speed. Spence getting out of the way of a 3-punch combination, but then eats a straight right hand. Tszyu trying to chop with the right hand, coming forward, posting and framing Spence, measuring him, squaring his feet up, trying to get some offense in. Spence pushes off. Right hook to the body by Spence, but Tszyu comes back and touches him up top with a left hook and knocks him a little off balance. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu as Spence comes out of the clinch. Right hand to the body by Tszyu. And here comes the right hand accuracy and short, speedy shots from Tim Tszyu. Good combination up top by Tim Tszyu. Tszyu landing a short right hand out of that too. Now back comes Spence with 2 body shots on the inside. But it's Tszyu having a better round, being the accurate fighter up top to the head. Spence pushing off, measuring with his jab. Straight right hand to the body by Tszyu. Spence goes out to his right, stays in the center of the ring. Sweeps the left hand to the body. The referee is going to warn Spence, who continues to flirt with the borderline with some of his body work. It's becoming a war of attrition in there. Spence, the busier fighter. Tszyu, the snappier, more accurate fighter to the head. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu. And he pushes Spence to the ropes. Spence gets off of the ropes. Short little right hand by Tszyu again. Sweeping it. Short left hook inside by Tszyu off a touch right hand. Little touch straight right hand to the body by Tszyu. Accuracy by Tszyu right now. Straight right hand knocks Spence's head straight up by Tim Tszyu. Short combination by Tim Tszyu. Sweeps the right hand right there, knocking Spence's head around. Counter right hand by Tim Tszyu as Spence reached with a left hand to the body. Another Tszyu round here. That's going to even it up. And Spence can't. Oh, big sweeping left hand by Spence. Misses. Got off balance with that. Recovered in time to get back in defensive position. But it's a Tszyu round. Straight right hand to the body by Tszyu. Touching with it. Taking something off of it to touch Spence. Spence framing, getting off the line. Goes to his right. Kind of got to concede this round and look to recoup the next round. Straight right hand touches for Tszyu. Spence wisely kind of taking the rest of the round off. And Tszyu continues to be the sharper puncher and do the cleaner work up top with his right hand. I got this fight all even, 57-57. Spence has, over the course of 6 rounds, been busier and has been by far the better body puncher. Tszyu has been the more accurate puncher and has landed the better punches up top to the head. I do think if it's 4-2 anywhere, it's 4-2 to Tszyu. But I see it more as a 57-57 right now through 6. Tszyu with the momentum, though. He's had 2 sharp rounds in the last 3. Spence pounded out the 5th. Gutted that out with volume and body work, but he hasn't landed a significant headshot in a number of rounds since the third. Tim looking confident and composed. Spence looks like this pace is affecting him more than it used to in his prime. Tszyu starts off on the front foot. Spence being forced to be pushed back here. And that is not Spence's game, really, to go back. Spence starting with the jab, straight left hands, trying to keep Tszyu off. There's a sweeping left hand that lands for Spence, but not a lot of oomph on it. And back comes Tszyu with two straight right hands and a short combination up top for Tszyu. Tszyu is outlanding Spence with power shots. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu up top again. Spence getting the momentum taken right now. Tszyu with the momentum, backing Spence up. Straight right hand lands again for Spence. And Spence is going to have to find something here because he's starting to get lit up top. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. But Tszyu starting to make him pay for reaching to the body. Left uppercut just off by Tszyu. Tszyu ties Spence up. Looking like the stronger fighter right now. Tszyu is pushing Spence off and moving him. Right uppercut by Tszyu sets up a straight right hand. Misses with a left hook to the body. Spence turns him. Tries to push him to the ropes. Takes a right hand to the body by Tszyu. Back comes Spence with a left hand up top. Throwing it on the inside. Then gets to the body with a left hand on the inside. Tszyu, short little combinations up top. Spence moving his head, making him overshoot the mark. Straight little touch, straight right hand, lead right hand lands for Tszyu though. Lead left uppercut for Tszyu. Spence ducking underneath a few left hooks by Tszyu, but a straight right hand to the body by Tim Tszyu follows him on his way out. Spence trying to recalibrate. Lets his jab go a little bit. This is another Tszyu round, two-thirds of the way through the seventh. Spence pushes off. Oh, sweeping right hand lands for Tszyu. That got Spence's attention. Made his knees buckle. Spence getting hit a little bit too much right now. Trying to bite down. But I think he's feeling the pace and the right hands are snapping his head around. 50 seconds left in the round. Right hook to the body by Spence and he exits out to his right. Spence measuring with the jab. Tszyu backing him up. Spence breaking his base to get away sometimes on the back foot. Now he pushes off on Tszyu. 30 seconds left. I'm not sure Spence has an adjustment to turn this fight around right now. Tszyu with the shorter shots on the inside, counterpunching Spence and catching his combinations up top and finishing with a shorter, quicker combination. Tszyu is walking Spence down now. Errol Spence getting walked down by Tim Tszyu to close this seventh round, and it's Tim Tszyu's fight right now. I'm not sure Spence, with his energy level and his lack of snap and power right now and balance, can turn this fight back in his favor. I got Tim Tszyu pulling ahead now, 67-66. Tay-Day's got it 5-2 Tszyu, so some people may even have it wider, but yes, I got Tim pulling ahead 67-66 now. Cam Wells says Tim is walking through his shots now. He is. And I'm not sure what the adjustment can be for Spence right now. With him losing, getting tired, doesn't really have the snap and the power at 160 right now. Not really a sophisticated boxer who can just get up on his toes and outbox Tim Tszyu. He'll have to, find a way to get back to that body, but Tszyu is beginning to counterpunch him now when he reaches to the body. All right, round 8. Let's see if Spence has a second wind. Tszyu staying in the pocket with Spence. Left uppercut lands for Tszyu on the inside as Spence tries to smother him. He gets caught with left uppercut. Spence trying to dig with the left hand to the body. Touching with the left hand up top. Measuring. Sweeps the left hand off the jab. But Tszyu is the sharper puncher with better power right now. Right uppercut to the body by Tszyu. And he pushes off with a left hook out of that clinch. Spence trying to dog it out on the inside. Letting some left hands go and trying to dog it out on the inside. Straight right hand though lands for Tszyu out of that clinch. Spence trying to smother Tszyu now. Right hook to the body by Spence. Back comes Tszyu though with a left hook to the body. Nice right hand to the body by Tszyu. Good snap on it. Swept it right underneath the left elbow of Spence. Spence trying to get back to the body. He's doing a lot of clinching, and the referee warning Spence now for the belt line shots and for some clinching. Spence having a convo with the ref about it. Doesn't like what the ref's doing. Big right hook misses for Spence. He's countered and off balance with a left hook by Tszyu. Spence measuring with the jab. Takes a step back. Nice jab lands for Tszyu. Spence going straight back in a straight line. And Tszyu is the boss in there right now. Better body language. Better snap and power on his shots. Spence inaccurate. Getting his shots blocked. Getting caught with a left hook in between. Quick-handed combination by Tszyu, and he sweeps a right uppercut to the body to punctuate that exchange. Beautiful stuff by Tim Tszyu. Straight right hand to the body, straight right hand up top. Spence is reeling a little bit right now, getting backed up and hit with shots. Spence pushes off in a clinch. Let's go over 1, 2, 3. Left hand to the body by Spence. But no real snap and placement on these shots. He's just letting them go. You got to give credit to the heart of Spence, trying to dig to the body, but he looks like the smaller, weaker man in there now against Tszyu, the stronger, more sturdy middleweight. Spence still letting his hands go on the inside, but just not that effective. There's a left hand for Spence a little bit, but a left hook to the body by Tszyu with the sharpness. Spence pushes off. Spence going to his right, backing up, gets pushed to the ropes by Tszyu. Spence looks like he is breaking down in there. I don't know how much more he can hold up. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu, keeps backing Spence up. Tszyu just calmly stalking his prey, picking his shots. Spence still trying to punch in between these cleaner, sharper sequences from Tszyu, but not a lot of effectiveness. Spence with a little burst at the end, a 1, 2, 3, but Tszyu completely unfazed by the work of Spence at this stage right now, and he is up 5 rounds to 3, 77-75. Someone said smaller, weaker. I mean in the weight, not that he's all of a sudden shrunk in height, but Tszyu looks like the stronger, bigger, through the shoulders, through the abdomen, through the back man right now. It's Spence in that sense is shrinking, it seems like. That's what it feels like when another man is backing you up, hitting you with the harder shots, and you were once able to be physical with him on the inside, and now you're not able to. You don't have the strength later in the fight to keep doing that. Thank you for the super chat by UU999 Full. Says, Sean, you're a great commentator. Thank you, my brother. Some people in the chat have this 6-2 Tim Tszyu. I got it 5-3 Tim Tszyu, but I'm not mad at 6-2 for Tim Tszyu. Either way, Tszyu is ahead, and it looks unlikely that Spence is going to turn this thing around. It just doesn't look like he has the snap in his shots right now, or the gas tank, or the power, or the placement. That right now is Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu still looks relatively fresh. He's got the snap on his punches, the placement on his punches. Short left hook on the inside by Tszyu off the push-off. Tszyu has fought better and better on the inside as this has gone on. Gotten more physical with Spence. Spence letting his hands go on the inside. Right uppercut by Spence. Digging left hand to the body by Spence. Spence working his hands. Spence with a little bit of life to start. He gets turned by Tszyu, and Tszyu follows him as Spence went off balance with a sweeping right hand, but that's more just bad balance by Errol Spence. Tszyu being patient early in the round. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu. Spence tying him up. Spence on the back foot, sweeps the left hand, right hook to the body, angles off to his right, gets underneath the left hook, gets underneath the chopping right hand. Tszyu taking something off his shots just to touch Spence at his exit points, off his footwork. Spence backing straight up a little bit, near the ropes, keeps his hands up, moves out to his right. Now he's cornered, smothers Tszyu. Tszyu touches him with the right hand to the body for trying to smother. Now Spence is getting backed up from one corner to the next, but he gets back out to the center of the ring, but he's using a lot of energy to be evasive right here. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu. Tszyu feels like he is breaking Spence down punch by punch, taking his time. Little short straight right hand again for Tszyu on the inside. Spence with not a lot on his shots, having to use a lot of energy to evade on his feet and to clinch. Sweeping left hand to the body by Spence. Goes into the clinch. Closer round in the ninth. Now there's a left uppercut on the inside by Spence and a right hook to the body. And a chopping right hand counter by Tszyu on the inside. Spence gets his glove up to block some of it, but caught some of it on his head too. Spence gets countered by a straight right hand up top for reaching with that straight left hand to the body. Little touch straight right hand to the body by Tszyu. Spence backed on the ropes, exits out to his left. Spence still getting pressured by Tszyu. Spence changes direction on his movement. In the corner now. Eats a left hook as he tries to angle out of that corner. Tszyu led the shot well with a left hook. Now a right hand lands for Tszyu up top, off a touch jab to the body. Short left hook by Tszyu, punching in a short little combination, sweeping both shots with both hands. This is going to be another Tszyu round. Spence was able to... Oh, there's a right hand in the last 10 seconds. Another straight right hand by Tszyu in the last 10 seconds. And Ronnie might start thinking of pulling Spence out. He's got 3 rounds left. I got Tszyu ahead, 87-84. And you don't know... You got to be realistic with your fighter who's been through the things Spence has been through. You know, you don't know if Spence is gonna... Does he really need to take these last couple of rounds? He's not getting beat up to a pulp or anything. But... yeah, he's getting touched up. And I don't see Spence, you know, changing the tide of this fight. You know, his best bet is to just rip and exchange with Tszyu, and he might get knocked out doing that. And I don't see the power and snap on his shots to change the trajectory of the fight like that. So it's all Tszyu right now, as Maria said. Yes. So here we go. Straight right hand to the body by Tim Tszyu. And here we go. Into the 10th. Spence. Legs are weary. Still fighting. Straight right hand by Tim Tszyu up top. Spence trying to dig something to the body, but his arms are weary and his legs are heavy. And there's a sweeping right hand by Tszyu. Straight right hand. Another straight right hand by Tszyu. Straight right hand to the body. Touch jab by Tszyu. Spence on the ropes. Chopping right hand by Tszyu. Tszyu teeing off a little bit. Punch by punch on Spence with very little resistance. Right hand to the body by Tszyu. Straight right hand up top. Sweeping left hand by Spence is countered by a chopping right hand up top. And Tszyu's done a good job of that, counter punching him when he reaches to the body now. Spence again. Heavy leg. Oh, straight left hand lands for Spence. Knocks the head up of Tim Tszyu. Tszyu takes that shot. Sweeps a right hand to the midsection of Spence. Spence feeling that right hand to the body in return, that receipt. Tszyu with quicker feet than Spence too. Better at hitting the angle than Spence can. Left hook to the body by Tim Tszyu. Beautiful shot set up by posting Errol Spence with a right hand, making him freeze in position, then hitting with that left hook to the body. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. Spence may have enough to see the final bell, but he's not turning this fight around and winning. Left hand by Spence out of the clinch. 1-2 by Spence, but no steam on these shots. Right hook to the body by Spence, but no steam on him. Straight left hand to the body by Spence, but not enough. Minute left in the 10th. Another Tszyu round. Touch jab sets up a straight right hand up top by Tim Tszyu. Doing some level changes with that touch jab to the body and then bringing the straight right hand up top. Tszyu in control. Lead hand low. Feeling very comfortable. Knows he's got his man beat. Walks forward. Breaking his base. Not threatened by anything coming back his way by Spence at this point in the fight. Straight right hand by Tszyu. Pops Spence's head right up. And a jab. Nails Spence, who doesn't have the reaction times now to get out of the way. 25 seconds left. 20 seconds left. And 10 seconds left. It's going to be another Tim Tszyu round. 7 rounds to 3. 97-93 Tim Tszyu. But Spence looks like he's going to have enough to pull through to the distance. But yes, people are saying Spence is done. He is done. Lucius Tate saying throw in the towel. Yep, almost 2,000 people in here. And it's just about a wrap. Let's see if Tszyu can step on the gas, try to close the show in emphatic fashion. But I think Ronnie right now is asking Spence if he really wants to keep going. Spence has got both nostrils with cotton swabs in them, bleeding from the nose. Spence is winded, but has the pride of a champion to want to pull through this to the final bell. And you do commend him for that. But this is Tszyu's night. No power, no legs, Spence, says GS Salvador. Indeed. David Bedford said this is half. You know, I was picking Tszyu for months, but some of you guys bullied me, man. You were like, oh, you're hating Sean, you're racist, blah, 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 blah. Just let me live next time, man. You know? And I was like, all right. I don't want to risk Spence winning and then everybody just cooking me with the bullshit. So, you know, and then I saw Spence's jab with Ronnie, and, you know, I got some love for Errol, and I got love for Tim too. But I was trying to tell you guys, man, about his balance and how Tim Tszyu's the sharper puncher at this stage and everything. But it's all good, man. All right, here we go, round 11. Hope you guys are happy. All right. Tszyu backing Spence up, chopping right hand. Throwing little quick combinations up top. Spence pulls them off. Sweeping the left hand, bringing the right hook, with Tszyu blocking all these shots now. Sweeping left hand by Spence gets countered by a short left hook on the inside by Tszyu. Tszyu just a sharper, quicker-handed fighter right now. 2 minutes left. All right. Spence smothering. Left hand over the top in the clinch. Oh, hard right hand to the body by Tszyu. Straight right hand by Tszyu, and he takes that sharp little turn to the left. Tszyu has had quicker feet down the stretch of this fight, too. And Spence's feet have been too slow. I mean, he's kept up and angled off with him, but he's a step behind Tim Tszyu in speed and in footwork and everything. Tszyu turns him right there off the ropes, hits him with a straight right hand. Now Spence is cornered and ties Tszyu up some more. Minute 15 left in the 11th. It's another Tszyu round. 2 hard body shots by Spence on the inside. He's thugging it out and biting down. He just doesn't have the firepower to turn this thing around. Straight left hand to the body by Spence. Spence's legs not really that good right now. Straight right hand by Tszyu. Lifts Spence up. Spence takes a step inside, eats a left hook, trying to... Oh, there's a straight left hand up top by Spence, but he eats a straight right hand that knocks his head straight up. Spence is still going for it, though. He's punching with Tim Tszyu. Tszyu just the sharper, snappier puncher, winning this round, but Spence is still letting his hands go. So, 20 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Sweeping left hand. Tim Tszyu blocks it. Spence angles out to the right. Tszyu continues to stalk him, and that'll be another Tszyu round. Some decent work by Errol that round, but I think it's still 8 rounds to 3. Tim Tszyu. So, yep. I'd rather listen to Sean than pay for this fight. Errol's just overrated. Sean, you sound like Ryan Clark. I just wanted to be accepted. That's a good one. It's a good one. Spence is just a shot fighter. Sean was right all along. No, I'm not, because I got bullied into saying, okay, fine, Spence by decision. All right, fine. If I'm going to be a racist hater for saying that his balance isn't there anymore and that Tim Tszyu has a better pull counter game and is a sharper, quicker-handed fighter at this stage of their career, fine. Fine. I'll do it. And then, you know, that's pretty weak by me, but it is what it is. But still, Spence, and then Spence looked good on the mitts with Ronnie coming into fight week, you know, and the jab's the most important punch, and he has a better jab than Tszyu, so, you know, I thought he might have been able to volume this thing out, but nope. I should have went with what I was saying for 6 months and not in the last week. So here we go. Spence getting backed into the corner. And now 183 punches landed for Tim Tszyu to 157 for Spence. Spence has thrown 700 punches to Tszyu's 540, but Tszyu much more accurate at 34% to Spence's 22%. So, yo, Sean, you my guy, but toughen up. I hear you. I hear you. Okay? All right, nice right hand to the chest by Tszyu. Spence getting off back to the center of the ring. And Tszyu doesn't seem like he's really going for a stoppage here. He's just, you know, done his thing. 2 minutes left in the fight. And Tszyu is on his way to a win by unanimous decision. Here we go. Minute 45. Spence exiting out to his left and to his right. Tszyu just stalking him without a lot of volume. And this fight is winding down now. And has been the last round or two. Real heat of the fight came in the middle of the fight, rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's where Tszyu was able to take over one sharp right hand at a time. Started going to the body more. Straight right hand knocks Spence into the ropes off a touch jab to the body. So maybe Tszyu just looking for that one kill shot. Spence, though, up on his bike. Not going to quite let that happen. Trying to run the clock out of the fight and just get to the finish line here. Minute left in the fight. Jab lands for Tszyu. Straight right hand lands for Tszyu. 50 seconds left. Nice straight right hand for Tim Tszyu up top off the touch jab to the body. That's been a good setup for him as this fight has gone on. Tszyu pushing off. 30 seconds left. And this one's looking like a 117-111 for Tim Tszyu. There's a jab, straight right hand up top for Tim Tszyu. 20 seconds left. Tszyu didn't really go for the kill this round. Still won it. Rocks Spence into the ropes with one right hand. Spence, knowing he's beaten, just trying to get through this thing without getting knocked out. And this is going to be a big win for Tim Tszyu in Australia. Didn't see anything from Tszyu that makes me believe he'll be world champion again. Errol Spence needs to call it a day. But ultimately, after Spence shot his load in the first 5 rounds, did well to the body through the first 5 rounds, Tszyu takes it from rounds 6 through 12. I got him winning all of the last 7 rounds to win this fight, 9 rounds to 3, 117-111. Good stuff by Tim Tszyu. And this kind of win, being a big fish in a small pond in Australia, beating a fighter of Spence's decorated stature, allows Tszyu the kind of moment he's been looking for in Australia. I think the winner of a Aaron McKenna-Edinosa fight for that vacant IBF, that scratches the itch of something making sense and attempting to be a world champion again. Even a Lara, because he's 42. But I'd keep him away from 154 for good, and I think Tszyu already made that decision. But yeah, Tszyu, and to me, this isn't the same Tim Tszyu through the 2 fights with Fundora. He is taking a step back, but Tszyu has always been an economical fighter that throws around 400 to 450 punches around. So this isn't that different. Tszyu has a lot more left in the tank than Spence does. But yeah, Spence is done. And yeah, I gave this 117-111. I give credit to Spence for pulling through, but again, that entitlement of, I don't need a tune-up and I can come off over 3 years, and no, he needed a tune-up, and but it's over. It's over. Like it was over for Spence after Crawford, and it's over. And he had a really good career, but it's over. And again, I think Spence in his prime was a really good fighter, but not really a great or special fighter. He's a really good fighter whose prime was cut short by the car accident and out of the ring stuff, and the car accident and taking punishment by Crawford put an end to it. But respect to Spence, he bit down to get through to the final round. He kept trying when I think he had nothing left in his punches and in his legs. He just gutted it out on championship pride. And Tim Tszyu, just a sharper, more accurate, twitchier fighter, which is what the fuck I said for 6 months until we got to fight week, and I caved in a little bit, and I hate myself for that a little bit. But that's not what's important. What's important is Tim Tszyu won the fight. I hope you guys enjoyed the call. We had about 2.5. We had 2.5. Got 2,500 people in the chat, so thank you guys. So my wife said, if Tim won, it's my fault, Sean, that Sean picked Errol. Yeah, Tim won, babe. Like I was saying last night, that's why I had the emergency live with Raheem. I'm like, bro, I think Tzયુ's going to win. And then Raheem was like, Spence in 6. And Samantha's like, just stick with Spence. And my guy Tim Bradley had Spence. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll stay with Spence. And I don't want to risk winner all the ugly labels if he pulls it off. So yeah, Tim Tszyu wins at home in Australia. Good stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed it. They are both past their prime, but as Rick Glazer says, one is shot and the other's on the back nine. So the one on the back nine is Tim Tszyu. The one who shot is Errol Spence. I wonder if Terrence Crawford's a little irritated because now one of his 2 signature victories, the guy goes down in flames a little bit 3 years later against Tim Tszyu, who's not even at his best. But you can't take nothing away from Crawford. When he beat Spence, he was undefeated, and it was for undisputed. But you know how fighters think. You got to wonder if Spence was like, or Crawford's like, damn it, you just made my win not look as good. But I doubt he cares that much, but maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Keith Wicklife said, great commentary, bro, as always. Yeah, 118, 110, and 117, 111. That's right. Yeah, that's what it was. It was either 10-2 or 9-3. That kind of fight. Grow your hair signature back. It will. It'll come back. It's still long. I'm trying to make it a little more presentable and professional, but I like it longer myself too. So at least I have a Forky Pop coming home to me from Disneyland. These are things to be grateful for. But yeah, man, like that PBC era dropping like flies. Charlo hasn't fought in 3 years. The other one can't get his visa. Fulton blows weight twice. Spence hadn't fought in 3 years. He loses to Tim Tszyu. Danny Garcia, he's well done. Keith Thurman got cooked in March, and he's done. Caleb Plant hasn't fought in over a year, coming off a loss as like a 10-1 favorite to Resendiz. It is what it is, man. So yeah. Now to go over the fight again, to recap it. Tim Tszyu starts off round 1, buzzing Spence with a chopping right hand, sweeping right hand off a pivot, turns with him, catches him with the right hand, sweeps it, short shot, buzzes Errol Spence. Errol Spence came out jabbing early and often, wasn't accurate with it. Tszyu was just catching everything, but he was outworking Tim Tszyu in that first round. But then Tszyu buzzes him with a couple of right hands, wins the round. And then rounds 2 and 3, Spence digging to the body, and Tim Tszyu wasn't letting his hands go enough. And it's like, bro, if you don't let your fucking hands go and you just keep letting a fighter hit you to the midsection over and over again, you might get broken down. You know, I don't care that he's not sharp anymore. If you just keep letting him pound away to the body, it could get bad for you if you just keep letting this happen. So Spence takes a lead, 2-1. But then Tszyu in the 4th round starts to light him up with some right hands up top. Spence dials up the volume again in the 5th round, answers that with winning a round. Not a great round or anything, but just wins the round. Tszyu keeps his hands in his pocket too much. And then the 6th round, Tszyu gets busy with his right hand again, starts sniping Spence, knocking him around with the right hand. And then that's when a lot what little steam was in Errol Spence really was gone. Let's hear if Spence's talk about retirement here.
For coming out. It was a good showing by Tim. I answered a lot of questions for myself. Now it's time to go home with my family and, you know, start a new life.
He said, time to go home, my family, and start a new life. That sounds like code for I'm retiring.
It's been a glorious professional career.
I think, yeah, for sure, man. I got my faculties intact. You know what I'm saying? My money.
They just don't stop lighting the fires in the crowd. That's funny. They just keep going.
So, you know, everything's good, man. You know, I got a beautiful family. And I thank God that I'm gracious enough to leave this sport with my faculties intact and my family still by my side. And, you know,
yeah, it sounds like Spence is calling it a day, which is wise. There's nowhere to go from here.
Congratulations on a magnificent career.
Well, congrats to Spence on his career. Came in, had the weight pushed up and everything. Didn't want to take a tune-up, but gave it a good go.
They've been very great. They've been very great, too.
And he's thanking his team. He showed his heart. He gave it a go, yeah? We say that about the Brits when they come up short. That's what he did. He did to give it a go. So he's done enough in his life for body. Yeah, he has. He made a lot of money, did his thing. So good for Errol. But, yeah, let's move on to the new era, man. Errol was too cocky and not respecting boxing. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. Now, I'm not trying to hit him when he's down, but there's some truth to that. He was dismissive of Tim Tszyu, and his fan base was dismissive of Tim Tszyu. It was just Tim's just a come-forward bum with no it's like, no, Tim has a pull-counter game. He's sharp. He has faster hands. And his career was, in a way, unfairly derailed by the cut to Fundora in the first fight, a fight where he was fucking Fundora up. And then, ever since then, everything went left. He'll never really realize whatever potential he had in his prime. After what happened with the Fundora fight, things just went sideways, but he still had enough left in the tank to beat Errol Spence coming off of 3 years. And Spence, you know, is so respected in America that he came into this as a slight favorite when, you know, he probably shouldn't have been. But, yeah, Tszyu had enough to do it. So, but anyways, yeah, in the 6th round, Tszyu took the fight over and didn't look back. And all of his right hands being sharper, started to counterpunch Spence's body work, which discouraged the body work. And then the body work wasn't as effective because he's getting countered. And he's not able to dig with the same oomph. And then he's having to expend more energy to fight in a defensive manner where you're using your legs to limit the work of Tszyu's pressure. And you're tying him up a lot to smother his work as opposed to earlier in the fight, tying him up and bullying him a little bit and digging into his body. Tszyu started to make him knock that off midway through and never looked back and swept the last 7 rounds. So that was that. I hate boots. It's just, are you just mad that Spence lost and now you're just gonna move on to the next guy to say I hate Boots? I said Boots would beat Spence in 2021. I said Boots and Benavidez are the most electric young fighters in the sport years ago. Like, the Boots hype, you're behind me. You're on the Boots thing when I've already been there and done that. And now I'm on to the next phase of looking for him to get the biggest challenges and prove he is, in fact, the best fighter of his era in these weight classes, which I think he is now. So, yeah. Let's see. Tim looks like he's a championship-level fighter still. I mean, again, I think in this weak division against, like, 42-year-old Lara, the winner of McKenna and Edinosa, you know, yeah, but not against, like, Boots, Virgil, or I even think, like, you know, Amari Jones, I think, could beat him, but he's green. So that'd be an interesting fight. Amari Jones. Adames would fuck him up, though. But, yeah. So, Fundora versus Boots is still 50-50. I got Boots winning that fight. I got Boots beating him and Ortiz, but they're great fights, you know? Like, that's why you fight the fights. So, Tim versus Virgil is next. Yeah, Virgil beats him. Virgil has too much volume and velocity. And Tszyu he's a doubles hitter. Like, he's got pop. He could hit, but he's not. If he couldn't stop Errol Spence, you know he's not stopping Virgil Ortiz. If he couldn't stop this version of Errol Spence, he's not stopping a lot of championship-level fighters, if any of them. I don't think he ever has stopped a championship-level fighter. he stopped Tony Harrison, who was always chinny and was past his prime, you know. But yeah, I've always liked Tim Tszyu. I thought he was being underrated in the United States by a lot of people in the United States. People just were like, oh, he's trash and he's never been good and he's just a come-forward fighter, when he's always had some quick hands, accurate shot placement, and some pull counters to him. So, and he showed that tonight. Tim hits hard. Any smaller fighter coming up isn't going to like those shots. Horn was in shock when he fought Tszyu. There's a lot of younger guys at middleweight. Zayas, I think Zayas beats him. Virgil and Ennis, they beat him. I would favor Lara over the Tszyu we saw tonight. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. Do I think Tszyu... Sean, serious question. Do you think Tszyu was pulling punches? He certainly wasn't letting... I mean, it's hard to say because he's always been a guy through 12 rounds that throws 400 to 450 punches. Like, he's not a guy who really finds another gear. He always fights in spots, stalks you, is selective with his punches and his moments, accurate with them, sharp with them. But he's never been like a consistent combination puncher that, you know, he likes to fight at a pace that's comfortable for him, and that's what he did tonight. So it's hard to say. It did feel like down the stretch in the last 2 rounds or so, he could have stepped it up and really tried to get him out of there, but it's hard to say if that's pulling punches, being respectful of Spence, not wanting to risk getting caught with something in between, or if it's just that's Tim Tszyu. He's always going to throw around 400 to 400, you know, a little bit over 400 punches in a 12-round fight. That's, if you go check his CompuBox, that's probably always right where he hovers around. So, yeah. Gail, thank you. She said, checking in, Sean. I saw the emergency podcast. The fight went exactly as I predicted. Father Time waits for no one. It was just short of a cringe fest. Glad to hear, Errol. It was a washed kind of war. And that's been my phrase for these kind of fights. Washed wars. But the fan bases of these popular fighters, Gail, whether it's Inoue or Spence or Canelo or Crawford or Boots now or any fighter that's gotten there, like is that a star, their fans can be insufferable, man. They won't let you fucking speak without flooding your comments with their bullshit. So I ask you, please, let me live. Just let me live. Let me say what the fuck I gotta say. And if you disagree, disagree. But you know what? Do what you gotta do. But that shit, it gets tiresome. Gail, though, shout out to the lovely Gail. One of the best in the business. Hey, neighbor Al. Love you, Al. Thanks, Al, for being on. Spence did not train. No, he trained the last 10 weeks or so. But that's not going to make up for 3 years off. Sporadic activity before that. Stop complaining about fans. This is your job, Sean. You sound crazy, bro. Just being honest, okay? What did Eminem say? I race and I pace and I stand and I sit, and I'm thankful for every fan that I get, but I can't pick a fight without somebody standing by it. I know he said, you know, but I can't take a shit without someone in the bathroom standing by it. Well, just replace that, but I can't pick a fight. Or talk about their favorite fighters without them just catching really serious feelings. So, stop it, bro. Crawford isn't coming out of retirement to fight Tim Tszyu. Who said he is? Who said he is? This is going to get Bud out of retirement. He was pissed after tonight. It hurt his resume, and he's already not the best. I don't know about all that. I think it annoyed him a little bit, the way Spence looked. But he's still probably overwhelmingly pretty satiated with lots of fucking money and lots of titles and lots of everything. But, yeah, the win took a little hit, but, you know, Spence was undefeated. It was for undisputed. You can only say so much about that shit. So, yeah. Spence had no legs from the start. Yeah, I said, well, I literally looked it up last night in Grok because I'm like, he is leaning forward, and his balance was bad in the Ugas fight, and let alone the Crawford fight. And it was something I talked about many times, right, heading into this fight. And so I looked it up. I'm like, that tilt, that abdomen leaning forward. Looked it up right here, pelvic tilt, right? I'm like, is that what that is? Hold on. Anyway, yeah, and it said it refers to an excessive forward, anterior, or backward tipping of the pelvis out of its neutral alignment. It is primarily a postural or biomechanical issue, often resulting from imbalances rather than a sign of underlying disease. But it's one of the symptoms is muscle imbalances, and I'm like, that makes sense. He's been really off balance his last couple of fights. But I knew he would throw a bunch of punches. I knew he'd be busy behind his jab, and he did do that tonight. I knew that he'd do that, and I thought, maybe he'll outwork him over 12 rounds with the volume and everything like that, and shit. I do use Grok, Stilo. I do. It's helpful. I hate to contribute to the incoming tech dystopia, but it's kind of... Thank you for the super chat. Lone Ranger said, hey, Sean, how's that book coming along? Terrible. I haven't written a page. Did I say I would write a book? I hope I didn't say that. I said it'd be a good idea to, but I remember I always say I'd actually have to be a good writer and write to do it. So that's a big roadblock towards writing a good book, is you actually have to write and be a good writer. Just a little problem. Nothing too crazy. And I remember the first thing I did when this fight was announced is I talked about Errol's speech. And I remember it was the morning of Benavidez Zurdo, and they announced the fight. And I asked Errol about his speech. And my first thought was, like, this guy shouldn't be fighting, man. And, I got a lot of respect for Ronnie Shields, former fighter, really good trainer. But I was just kind of looking like, why is this happening? Why is he fighting? He doesn't sound like he should be fighting anymore. And... I had some people tell me, oh, well, James Toney, remember his speech wasn't good some years. He still beat up a lot of people with his speech going. So what? And I'm like, all right, good, fair point. But anyways, Phil Flexen says, I'm about to crash out. Thank you for joining in. Washed Wars 2026, still trolling sports. We're getting a lot of Washed Wars right now. Get ready for Fury Joshua, the Washed War of them all. That is the Washed War to be broadcast on Netflix. We almost got Mayweather Pacquiao 2 in a Washed War. Wilder Chisora, Spence Tszyu. When has Errol been 100%? I think the last time he was 100% was Mikey. I don't even think he was 100% by the time he fought Sean. I remember thinking that night in LA, that his legs looked really thin and just something was off. I'm like, this doesn't look like the guy I just saw in Texas 6 months ago when he fought Mikey. Remember, he was supposed to blow Sean out. He was supposed to stop Sean, and he was going life or death with Sean, and I thought Sean was actually winning that fight until the knockdown. And that wasn't supposed to be what it is. And Sean fought his ass off and fought really well, though. Anyway, super chat from Christopher Not Chris 12 says, my prediction was Tim by brutal TKO, so I'm glad that Errol was able to get through. This was for pride, and pride doesn't win fights. Great career. Thank you, Chris. Sean, what happened to Shiraz today? He was minus 800. He was listless and going through the motions, never got out of second gear, and then halfway through the fight almost seemed content and decided, I'm just not going to look good tonight. Whatever, fuck it. Let's get this fight over with. And never threw combinations, never got out of second gear, fought in cruise control. The southpaw, the German, the kid, the Simon, he was very ordinary. Yeah, he was a southpaw, but there was nothing cute or slick about him. He was a high guard guy, moved around a little bit, not crazy foot speed. Hamza Shiraz, for being tall, he's explosive. He has very good hand speed, good punching power. Very good tall fighter at mid to close range, but doesn't really fight long, doesn't really have a consistent jab, doesn't really have great feet. He's very fast, he's very sharp, he has good power in both hands. If you stay in front of him, he can dice you up. But he has a lot more to show than he showed today. But yeah, it was a very flat, uninspired performance. And the German, he was just durable. He just held up to the power well. Those left hooks to the body were the best punch for Shiraz. I wonder if Shiraz had something going on in camp with his right hand. He didn't really let the right hand go full throttle in this fight. He had some nice left hooks to the body in the first 6 rounds. And then after that, just kind of... And that was it for 6 rounds. And, you know, won a majority decision against a very ordinary, honest, but game fighter. So that was that. And I think Diego Pacheco, if he keeps getting better under Buddy McGirt, might very well beat Khamzat Shiraz. But Shiraz is the more explosive fighter between the two of them. But Pacheco is even taller than him, longer than him, and is learning how to actually fight tall and actually be rangy and have some footwork and turn a guy. And Shiraz doesn't do that. He doesn't really turn fighters. So there you go. So let's see. They were old. Spence is just washed. Africa is the Zuffa card matchups good tomorrow? Is Africa and Berlanga against legit comp? I didn't really get to watch any tape on Ricardo Salas and Stephen Butler. I mean, I called him Paul Butler this morning with True School, who's in the chat. Shout out to my boy Brendan. So, man, I would like to go on live with Brendan right now, but I don't know. I don't have a StreamYard set up like he does. So, yeah, Spence is still Hall of Fame worthy. He was a 3-belt unified champ. Spence, to me, is more of the Hall of Very Good, but he may get in at some point. He has a strong resume with Porter and Brooke and Mikey and Ugas and Lamont Peterson, you know, but I don't know. We talked about this before the fight at length. The guys like Fernando Vargas still aren't in. I think Fernando has a better resume, beat a first ballot Hall of Famer in Winky Wright. Michael Moore just got in. He had to wait 20 years or so. He beat Evander Holyfield. You know, Tarver had just got in. He had to wait a long time. He knocked out Roy Jones when he was pound for pound #1. He was lineal light heavyweight champion twice. And Spence, for being unified with 3 belts, was never actually the lineal welterweight champion. He was the #1 welterweight. He was the unified welterweight champion. But, you know, we'll see. I don't think he's first ballot. I think he's borderline. How is Tim Bradley a Hall of Famer, but Errol isn't? Because he beat Manny Pacquiao and Juan Manuel Marquez. And then even if you want to say he didn't beat Pacquiao, he beat Juan Manuel Marquez, a first ballot, top 5 pound for pound Hall of Famer who had just knocked Manny Pacquiao the fuck out in that fight previous to Tim Bradley beating him, who was an underdog when he beat him. So, and Tim Bradley was not only unified at 140, but lineal at 140. You know? So Tim Bradley actually beat a Hall of Famer. What Hall of Famer did Errol Spence beat? Is Kell Brook a Hall of Famer? Is Sean Porter a Hall of Famer? Is Ugas a Hall of Famer? Mikey Garcia might get in the Hall of Fame eventually, you know, but I'm just saying. Again, I named guys that had to wait 10 to 20 years. Vargas still isn't in, and he beat a first ballot Hall of Famer. He was the youngest junior middleweight champion of all time. So, let's see. Triple G's resume isn't better? No, I don't think it is either. So, Sean, why do you think Benavidez beats Bivol? It's a tough fight. He might lose to Bivol. I give the edge to Benavidez over Bivol and Opataya, but they're both very difficult fights. They both have good styles to offset Benavidez because they have disciplined athletic movement both directions. They both have power. They both know how to keep you on the end of the shots on the outside with punching power. I just think Benavidez is a special talent. You know, one of those guys might prove to be his kryptonite, but Benavidez has maybe the fastest hands in boxing, period. Him and Inoue and Jaron Ennis are the 3 guys that come to mind as the fastest hands in boxing. He is arguably the best offensive fighter in the sport with his punch selection and combination of punching. He's slick. He's younger and bigger than Bivol, although getting down to 75, that changes his size advantage, you know. And he has more of a mixed up, very dynamic offensive attack than Opataya, who is gonna who showed some body work in the Glanton fight and everything, but he's gonna live and die off his left hand a little bit. His jab is solid, but it's more of a range finder to set up a left hand, sweep it, things like that, straight down the pipe. And Opetaia does a number of things well, but really he's gonna live or die off his left hand. Benavidez is more of a two-fisted offensive dynamo, and he's slicker than Opetaia. Opetaia has better feet than Benavidez, and that is your first line of defense, but Benavidez is slicker and can punch in between punches better, faster hands. So the slicker, faster-handed fighter. Opetaia has good speed too. And then Bivol, he's 35. He's breaking down. I think the volume and the pressure and the speed. And I think Benavidez, even though his feet are slow and Bivol will be landing combinations on the outside, I think Benavidez could still walk him down and win the fight, you know, behind his slickness, his upper body movement, and his combination punching. But they're both really tough fights. Don't get me wrong. What's going on with Devin Keyshawn? I heard some things, man. I heard some things, but I got to make some calls to confirm. But I heard some things. You know, stay tuned. Stay tuned on that. Stay tuned. It potentially confirms something I was already thinking about it. If you're Keyshawn, say you're getting around $1 million a fight from Top Rank, right? If you fight Albright, fight Frank Martin. Let's say you're getting about a guaranteed mil. How much more are you gonna get to fight Devin Haney? Let's say it goes to a purse bid, right? How much do you guys in the chat think they would give? Is a promoter gonna put in the pot for a purse bid? Let's say it's $10 million, right? 75-25 split. That means Keyshawn gets $2.5 million. $1.5 million more dollars, a lot of fucking money for all of us, but is that if you're Keyshawn and you're coming up in this era of bloated purses by Turkey and previously Eddie Hearn and Al Heyman, and you feel like it's this huge fight because you're fighting a pound for pound guy, Devin Haney, a big name in the sport, and you're only going to make about $2 million, and you would make $1 million fighting a way easier fight that you know you're going to win. You know what I mean? These are things that he may or may not consider. So let's see. Streets are saying Sean's a henchman for DHP Promotions. It's funny because you should see all the Devin Haney fans that have cried and bitched in my comments for the last year plus since picking Brian Norman to beat him and mentioning some other stuff with Conti and all that, and Devin blocking me on Twitter and et cetera, but not really the case at all. But yeah, you got to wonder of how I think, though, push comes to shove, Keyshawn's just going to take the fight, and they'll fight. But, you know, you saw Bill on Twitter today saying, where's he gone? Where's he gone? You know, so I don't know. We'll see. I got to make some phone calls and confirm some things I've heard, and we'll take it from there. So my boy True School said Devin Haney blocked Sean on Twitter. He did. He blocked me, and he told Brennan he doesn't know shit about boxing. So he is not currently a friend of the channel. Now Bill, I do like Bill Haney. That's my guy. And if Devin were to beat Keyshawn, to beat Brian Norman and Keyshawn Davis back-to-back is really impressive to me. Beating undefeated, athletic guys with power who are young and hungry, that's impressive, man. Not a lot of people take those kind of fights, let alone back-to-back, you know, as a A side or whatever. And although Norman had the title, so that was different. He needed that win to get back in the saddle. But Keyshawn's a very dangerous fight. He knows how to fight long like Devin is. He's got a little bit more offensive firepower than Devin overall in his combination punching. But Devin, he's never been hit by a welterweight. He's hardly really been hit at all. And Devin's more experienced. And I think the power of Devin Haney might surprise Keyshawn Davis. Fighting Devin's strong at welterweight now. He's settled in. He's at the weight class he should really be at. And I think, you know, that power might actually be an X factor in that fight, where You want to press him, but some of those check left hooks, some of those up jabs, some of those right hands, they sting and make you think twice. And the more you had to think twice and go tit for tat with Devin, the more that favors him and his experience and his long-range game. You know, Keyshawn has a long-range game too. But, you know, we'll see. I like that fight. Bane Clandestine says, Sean, Errol looked like Errol, just slightly rusty. He should have taken a tune-up. They underestimated Tim. Yeah. And again, my cynical side was like, was part of this fight, look, you got a fight left on your deal with Heyman, and, you know, I owe you a certain amount of number. You owe me another fight. Let's put the fiscal responsibility on the Aussies on No Limit. You know, go over there. It's a winnable fight, and we'll call it a day on this. And that's, you know, I don't know. I have no idea if that's the case, but it was just, you know, a thought I had. Devin, Casual Expert says Devin will outsmart Keyshawn. Perhaps, and frustrate him. Or Keyshawn will overcome that experience gap and frustration and just kind of just be the better fighter with the offensive firepower and versatility and being a little bit more consistent to the body, having the jab and the length to match Haney in there, and then, you know, have a little bit more offensive firepower, hurting Devin. Keyshawn's got a good jab. He's got a good right hand. He has power. He has good body work. He could get off good combinations. Shows more combination punching than Devin does. And yeah, just might be the better man. Or Devin's power will surprise him fighting at full-fledged welterweight, and Keyshawn gets frustrated in the clinches, gets very physical, and, like, you know, he slammed Albright. He'll get frustrated. He'll do some dumb shit like that, get a point taken away. Devin will get in his head. The up jab will make him reset his pressure, make him think twice about pressing forward, et cetera, and, you know, Devin Haney will win the fight. So we'll see. Is Shakur really fighting Rayo? I don't know. I think it's going to come down to either Rayo or Lamont Roach. I think if Lamont Roach wins next Saturday, I got an interview I'm going to drop Monday with Lamont Roach where he's really pushing for the Shakur fight, but you could kind of tell when fighters are just talking about a fight they want, and fighters are talking about a fight they want and think they can actually get and it can actually happen. And Lamont Roach sounded like the latter with Shakur Stevenson. He's like, and Shakur's been talking about fighting Lamont too. And Shakur's like, I'm not going to fight Rayo. I can still make 35. Lamont Roach beating Zepeda next week, and that's going to be a very entertaining fight. And Zepeda's volume, he might overwhelm Lamont Roach. Lamont's sharper than him, punch for punch. But if the other guy's throwing 3 or 4 to 1, you know, we'll see what happens. But Shakur and Lamont, judging from the way they're talking, they think they can actually land the fight together. And Lamont's had a couple of fights attached to PBC Pro Box. You got to wonder if that's up. You got to wonder if this is the last fight on the deal, and he'll be freed up to make a deal with Zuffa to land the Shakur Stevenson fight and have the WBC strap. It'll be a good save face fight for Shakur. Like, it's not one of the fights it's not Oshaki. People want to see that. It's not Devin at welterweight, let alone 144. Or it's not Murataya for a lineal title fight at 35. It's not Gary Antoine Russell in a unification at 140. But it's not Rayo in a non-title fight at welterweight. It's like, okay, you know, I'm going to fight Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is good. And it'll make people be like, okay, you know. Whereas Rayo, he'll get badgered, he'll get clowned on social media for fighting Rayo, even though it's not a horrible fight. So Shakur said he doesn't want to fight for the WBC. That's fine. Mr. Vegas, what's up, Mr. Vegas? You've been on me and Raheem. You said, damn, you were right. But I wasn't, though. I got kind of bullied into just saying, fine, Errol Spence. And that's my bitch-ass fault. What are you going to do? I got a good heart. I try to be nice. Your curse is real in boxing picks. You predict the right one. You predict the right one week before and somehow predict the wrong pick for people to lose money. I picked a lot of fights right this year. I picked some fights wrong. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes. I perfectly broke down, Bell and Mason to a T, like exactly how the fight would go a couple weeks ago. Picked Benavidez to stop Zerto. Picked, that Thurman would retire against Fundora. That'd be his last fight. I was saying that about Spence for months, but people call you just this racist hater all the time, and it kind of browbeats you away, which again is my fault, but I picked Boots to beat Zayas, and people still bitched anyways. It was like, yeah, but you said it was going to be competitive, and Boots blew him out. And it's like, fuck, I picked Boots, okay? I never picked Zayas. I picked Boots, and they still get mad at me. So, yeah, I've been picking a lot of fights right lately. I had this one right for months when it was first conceived, before it was actually official. But, motherfuckers won't leave me alone, so they got me. Give your take on Lara versus Tszyu. Interesting fight. I think, Lara has a great step back left hand. Can Tszyu pressure him enough? He's not busy enough, really, but Lara is a lot of smoke and mirrors right now. Like, I made a joke saying, like, I enjoy Lara just doing a step. I called him like he's James Harden right now. Step back as a lefty, step back left hand, step back left hand, step back left hand. But he's been fighting such bad opposition the last several years. His whole middleweight reign has been smoke and mirrors. He fights like once a year. The best name on his record is a faded, inactive Danny Garcia who's not a fucking middleweight. But everybody, I mean, he's fought some dudes. Thomas Lamana, I love Thomas Lamana. I love him. But yeah, Spike Sullivan. God, it's been a slew of guys that aren't really championship caliber. And he's just been bombing them out with step back, straight left hands. So it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. Tim Tszyu, compared to the guys he's been fighting, is much better and a much more live body. And, he may just show that it's smoke and mirrors and break him down. But Tim Tszyu's going to eat a shit ton of straight left hands. And Lara can still punch with that shot, with the straight left hand. So it's an interesting fight from a standpoint of it's competitive. But, I mean, who really gives a shit? Like, who really cares about... The Aussies are the only people in this world who would pay to see that fight and care. No one in America would care. Nobody in Cuba would care. Hardcore boxing fans would be like, meh. So, but it would be an opportunity, kind of like tonight, for Tszyu to fight a named fighter who's a champion and have a chance of beating him and becoming champion again. So why not do it over there? Maybe Tszyu could maybe he could retire another PBC guy in Arislandi Lara and call it a day. I don't know. Jameson Childress, thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says, just got to have the courage of your convictions, man. I thought Errol would win the fight, but I didn't think you picking Tim was due to racism. Well, thank you, my man. I know, but you know what? Okay, the ones who feel that way, like my guy Jameson, make yourselves heard in my comments. Ride for your boy. When they jump on my ass, all the different ones that you get, I get it from all directions, man. I get the Mexican fans who say like, you always ride for the black fighter. I get the Inoue fans you hate Inoue because he's Asian. I get the when I talk about Usyk that I'm like the self-hating white guy who wants to be invited to the cookout. And then when I pick against black fighters or critique black fighters, I'm just a racist white guy hater. So please, ride for your boy. Ride for your boy. Or don't. It's okay. Tyler Peacock. There you go, my guy. But Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, Matt. Haven't seen you all night, man. It's good to see you. Do you think Crawford might have a little bit of a motivation to come back and do a tune-up with someone like Tim for a middleweight debut? I think we talked about this earlier with True School, with Maria in the chat. Maria has held it down all night on the chat, but I think Enzo Diverse Lifestyle says you don't got to listen to their bullshit. I hear you, but I'm human. It penetrates the mental, okay? You can call that weak if you want. I call it being a little human, okay? But it's okay. Anyways, I think Crawford still has that edge to him. You know, when Andre Ward retired, he looked like he was happy to be in the booth at ESPN, and that's the next chapter in his life. When Sean did it, he had 2 hip surgeries. He looked happy. I was there at his house the morning he retired after the Crawford fight. He looked at peace and was already being a podcaster. We had already started the show. He started it with Carson and Ant, and then I joined in later that year. It already began. He was already on his road to commentating. Tim Bradley, same thing. He jumped headfirst into being a commentator, and Sean ended on a loss. Ward ended by a knockout by Kovalev, but was getting his knees drained and said he knew he had enough for that one last hurrah, but his body was breaking down. And then Tim had a draw with Diego Chavez, which is beneath his level. Diego Chavez isn't on Tim Bradley's level, but he had a draw with Diego Chavez, and you know that's a sign to him to call it a day. And the Provodnikov fight, he said, always hung with him, the effects of that fight in one way or the other, however benign. And then he jumped headfirst into being a commentator. That became his new passion, his new system of goals. Crawford, it's early, super early. He's only been a commentator once, but he looks like it's all right. You know, like he's kind of, it's kind of boring. It's okay. It's whatever. He still has like that edge to him a little bit. Like those hands can still itch, and he's retiring off the best moment and the best win of his career. He still looked like the best fighter in the world alongside Inoue, you know, and Bam. So he looked like he's still the best fighter in the world, you know, as good a performance as he had. Now, he's talked about shoulder injuries in that fight, and it's a good listen on Joe Rogan when he went into that. It'll enlighten you a little bit about certain things in the Canelo fight, but still retiring on the top of his game. And Ward did too, but again, his body was breaking down. A lot of knee drains, some false starts in his career, the lawsuits that took him out of 3 of his prime years or so. And again, Ward got right out into podcasting, but into broadcasting on ESPN. And Crawford, you know, he doesn't look like he's taking to it right away like they did. And he looks a little bored doing it. I think he still has a little bit of that edge. You hear him say things like, I'd be 10 steps ahead of Boots. When I talked to him with Sean on the show after the Boots fight, still throwing shots at Boots. Even still had that edge to him, like, well, Errol never activated his rematch. You know, and, you know, I can see Andre or Tim saying that too, but he still says it with just to me, a different level of edge. And I wonder if, you know, Netflix ponies up a ridiculous payday, because I don't think DAZN can overpay him what he wants to actually get back in the ring. I think he'd want $40 or $50 million, that kind of territory, maybe as low as 25 or 30, but I think he'd want, you know, around 50, which is probably around what he got for Canelo. Then it'll take Netflix being like, we want to see you and Jaron Ennis fight or something, or Canelo rematch. I don't think a lot of us really care about that fight, but they're stars, and if Canelo bounces back against Mabili, Canelo, you know, catches momentum again, he might come back. But I don't think it's out of the question at all that Bud comes back at all. So thank you for the super chat, Matt. You said, I think Errol looked better versus Tszyu than he did versus Bud. It's a negligible difference. I don't think he looked particularly good against either one of them. I think his balance was starting to go in the Ugas fight. I think the last time Errol Spence was in peak form was Mikey Garcia. I don't even think he was in peak form for Sean. I think he was better against Sean than he was against Danny. I think he was better against Danny than he was against Ugas. And then I think he was a little bit better against Ugas than he was against Crawford. And then I actually think he was a little bit better against Crawford than he was against Tszyu tonight. I think it's been like this since the Mikey fight. I think each fight, it's gotten a little worse. I really do. Matt with another super chat says, it'll have to be for a strap defense. And Matt says, Lara Boots is Bud's path. Yeah, maybe he wouldn't want to get down to 154. God, there's absolutely no money in Terrence Crawford fighting Lara. Nobody's going to pay him for that. And unless he just really wants to fight again, just purely that. But I feel like a guy at his position, it's going to have to be for a lot of money too. So, Inoue should fight Crawford for number 1 pound for pound. That's funny. You see Bud try to insinuate Boots stuck Devin. Yeah, I did see that. He's been throwing shade at Jaron Ennis. And I sense from Jaron Ennis, he maybe like uncut. He's like, whatever, you old retired motherfucker. I don't care what the fuck you're talking about. It's my time now. And if you want to get beat up, go ahead and come out of retirement. But I'm not even gonna say anything about you. You know where to find me, And I get it. Jaron was underwhelming with his arms folded and smiling in 2024 in LA when Crawford fought Majimov and he saw him at the weigh-in. He didn't exactly go Clubber Lang on him either. But I think now Jaron is more self-actualized and realized as a champion. He knows he's that guy now, becoming that guy, in the process of becoming that guy. So I think Jaron now would be like, come get it. And I think Jaron right now is just like, I'm not going to look like a clout chaser now by mentioning fighting you who's retired and all that. I don't need you. I'm perfectly content lining up and beating everybody in my path right now. But if you want to come out of retirement, we can get busy. We could do that. And that's what I see from Jaron Ennis right now. So, but yeah, he did kind of insinuate that Boots is duck Devin Haney, and that ain't the case, man. Devin's not beating Jaron. Devin could make his way. He could make a run at being number 1 pound for pound just by fighting Shakur, Ryan, T.O. Rowley winner, Keyshawn. Like, he can get through all of that, and that's a gigantic, enormous but he get through all that. He can still get to number 1 pound for pound. He has arguably and probably the better selection of opponents in a pound for pound sense than Jaron does. Jaron has a good selection too. But once he gets through 54 with Fundora and Ortiz, what's after that at 160? Whereas Devin, he has a lot in the welterweight division, and guys coming up from 40 and 35 later down the line, and Abdullah Mason too, all that, he has a little bit more opponents to play with. But head to head, going up to 154, you never say never, but he's not beating Jaron Ennis. Matt says, I don't know, Sean. He can outbox Ennis. He's a better boxer than someone like Xander. That's true. Look, I wouldn't say never, but I don't see it. I don't see it. You never know, but I don't see it. Now, Devin gets through the next 2 years. Right now, everything for Devin is get through Keyshawn, just win that fight, because that's a very tough fight. But I think the real fight is the Ryan Garcia rematch, man. That's the one. He could beat Rowley, T.O. winner, beat Keyshawn Day, and that'll all be good. That'll all earn him more credibility and respect. But the fight he has to win, two things. Ryan has to keep winning and not lose his belt. This is to knock out Conor Benn, but and not lose before whenever their rematch would happen. But Devin's got to beat Ryan, man. That is the fight. That is the fight. He beats Ryan, and actually in decisive fashion, But if he beats Ryan, then he's kind of the man, because that's the fight with so much buildup and juice behind it. And it's going to be so much heading into that fight about, was it just excuses about Osirine? Does Ryan just have his number, Or if Devin could shut all that up and shut Ryan up and shut everybody up, because Devin in this decade arguably put up with the worst badgering for losing a fight, which deservedly got overturned to no contest, but that I've ever seen in the last 10 years or whenever. Like, bro, he's still getting tortured by people online that still, anytime he tweets, show the picture of Ryan Garcia standing over him. He can come back from all that and turn the tables and get revenge. He's going to surpass in notoriety Shakur, and Tank is becoming more and more out of sight, out of mind. And that's another guy that Devin could fight, Tank. And Tank, I think, as time goes on, the longer you're out of the ring, the more dangerous, as you saw with Errol Spence tonight, the longer you're out of the ring, usually it's not good, the more dangerous a fight with the Kid Austins and the Lamont Roach rematches and the Pitbull Cruz rematches, those fights that felt like once upon a time Tank could come back, lock his shit on, beat them. It's a relatively, competitive, good fight on paper, but he should win. Those fights are only getting more dangerous the longer he is out of the ring. And Tank may get to a point where he's like, fuck it. When I come back, I'm going to fight a Devin Haney or a Shakur Stevenson, because if I lose, I want to lose for the most money possible. So that, Devin, every couple of months that goes by without Tank doing anything to convince anybody he's going to come back and come back strong, Devin and Shakur are just becoming bigger and bigger favorites over him. So, and I think Devin and Tank is the bigger fight. They're just, I don't know, I could be wrong. What do you guys think? But Tank will never fight Devin. It's never happening. I understand why you say that. But I'm not saying it from a getting my hopes up about, oh, he'll still want to prove Tank's coming back and he's strong and he's going to show everybody that he's really the one and all that bullshit. I think he might come back and do it because at this point you might get beat by Pitbull. You might get beat by Roach in the rematch. So you want to do that at like a 200,000 pay-per-view buy fight, or do you want to fight Devin for, significantly more money than that? Might as well do that. So Tank gonna be on a series of washed wars. That's funny. Tank is scared of Shakur. Devin and Tank's the bigger fight. So let's see. This version of Haney would beat Gervonta? I think so. Even if now Gervonta can get cute about the weight, try to drain Haney at the scales as much as possible. But I think as long as Devin and Bill are smart not to get too drained, all right, 144, rehydration of 158. And what time is the rehydration at? Is it like 2 o'clock in the afternoon where we can still get up to 165? As long as they're smart about not letting him get too drained, they'll probably beat him. So, are the Tank versus Manny rumors real? They make sense. I have no idea if they're real, though. But they make sense. It makes sense. Manny wants to fight for a lot of money. He wants to fight a guy he has a chance of beating. Tank's really small. Hasn't fought in a year and a half. Tank wants to come back and fight for a lot of money. Like I said, all those other fights now are all dangerous now. More dangerous than they were before. Pitbull rematch, Roach rematch, Kid Austin. Those are all very losable fights. For a lot less money than fighting Manny Pacquiao. So Manny's old. He needs a little bit of a size advantage. He needs the right kind of matchmaking. Mario Barrios. Okay. His wife's like, you could beat him. Go do that. Tank, who's like 5'4", 5'5", hasn't fought in a year and a half. Won't fight for 2 years by the time he would get back in the ring. Smaller than Manny. Manny might go, yeah, and for a lot of money, yeah, all right, let's do it. And that's what boxing's become, right? Like just matching two names. It doesn't even have to make sense. They don't even have to be in the same weight class. Weight class be damn, whatever weight. I don't know. We'll make up a weight class for these two. We'll have them fight at 143. Why not? So, yeah, I can see that happening. Sean, I think Bill and Devin know Garcia might be the Haney kryptonite. He's Shane Mosley's Vernon Ford. It's possible. They could, I think in the back of Bill's mind, he knows that's a possibility. That, yeah, the PED thing and all that, and we had a shitty game plan, and Devin's stronger at 147 now, but he might just be all wrong for us, baby. But you got to find out. That is the fight. You got to find out. I still think it's a very winnable fight for Devin. There's a chance Ryan does just match up wrong for him. But I think Devin will fight a lot more. He has to fight way more alert this time. Like, this is up. A lot of feints, jab heavy, feints. Just stay switched on, alert, defensively responsible, and fight off the jab more. Second, people have picked apart what he did wrong and what he could do better to deaths in the last 2 years. So you guys already know. But Among the Chosen Few says, what is going on with Jermell? Why can't he get a fight? Thank you for the super chat. What weight is he going to come back at? Can he really make 154 after not fighting in that weight class for 4 years? The last time Jermell Charlo was a 154-pounder was May of 2022, which is like 50 months ago, over 4 years ago. He's a big guy. His last fight was at 168. So what weight is he going to come back at? And what kind of money is he going to make? Because these guys don't like to come back unless they get paid a lot. And in order to get paid a lot, you got to put yourself in with a more active, fresher fighter who has a name, enough of a name that's buzzing right now, where you're going to come in at a disadvantage not fighting for 3 years, just like Errol did with Tim Tszyu tonight. Like, you're going to have to fight a younger, fresher guy because they don't want to come back and fight for a couple $100K. They want to come right back and get a couple million, right? And if you do, that's not how it was in the old school, Before, you'd have to come back, take a pay cut, rebuild. That's what Tim Tszyu did this year, fighting the 2 fighters he fought. He probably made less than half of what he made tonight for Errol Spence, but he trusted the process. He built back up. He got his rounds in. He went back to the drawing board and square one and won a couple fights, got his confidence, got his momentum back enough, and then took the right kind of fight, got the payday, and it worked. But someone like Jermell, he's, that's what I think is keeping a lot of those guys on the sideline. Caleb Plant, Jermell Charlo, I think that's what kept Boo Boo on the sideline, and it's not good. I think Jamal still has a lot left. He has something left, but I wouldn't say a lot, Tay-Day. And Jamal was a guy, might be the underachiever of this era, and I say that as a compliment. Like, he was so talented, had so much to him, skills, power, size, great jab, athleticism, mean, and just, after J-Rock, that was 10 years ago. It felt like he was going to become a superstar at some point, fight Canelo at Cowboy Stadium, fight Triple G in a must-see fight, and it just, didn't happen. I used to think Jamal was special, said Matt. Me too, absolutely. I was a Jamal Charlo fanboy, but it just never happened, It's never happened. So he's a coulda, shoulda, woulda. He's a what could have been. So, I thought being the bigger man, taller man than both of them, and I thought there was a chance he could have beaten Canelo and Triple G, but it just never happened. I remember after Canelo beat Triple G in Vegas in the rematch at T-Mobile, I saw Jamal at the MGM, and this was already when things were getting funny. Like, all right, what's going on with this guy? He doesn't want to fight Andrade. Daniel Jacobs kind of punked him in Brooklyn, and I'm like, what's going on, man? I feel like you could beat Daniel Jacobs. Why'd you let him do you like that? I go up to him, and I'm like, hey, man, like, I'd really love you. You got to fight Canelo in Cowboy Stadium or something. What he just did with Golovkin, I would love that fight. And, he was buzzing. He was a little drunk. Like, yeah, I'd love to do it, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, he's not serious, So it sucks. I got my love Samantha in the chat. Love you, babe. Let me know what's going on. Is Leo still awake in Disneyland? Did he go on Space Mountain? My son, shout out to my 7-year-old, man. He went on some big boy rides. And that's what Dad told him. I said, go on some big boy rides, man. Don't worry about those toys in the park. Go on some big boy rides. Don't be afraid. You'll have fun. So, Canelo loses to Mobili in October, and with Spence's loss tonight, what are your thoughts on Bud's resume? I don't want to take away from it that much, bro. Like, when you win titles from 135 to 168, no one's ever done that. at some point too, things like undisputed, sometimes they overshadow who you actually beat for them. Like, okay, you only beat Ndongo at 140. Victor Postal was legit. That was a legit win. But it's like, at the end of the day, he became undisputed. Like, that's like talking about Joe Louis's resume a little bit. It's like, who did Joe Louis really beat? Max Baer, James Braddock, Max Schmeling. Are those guys really, are they really anything special? Those guys, you know, and you could, but who gives a fuck, dude? He defended the title 25 times. He was the undisputed heavyweight champion. At some point, that speaks for it. Larry Holmes with the 20 title defenses. Tex Cobb, an ancient Muhammad Ali. Jerry Cooney, Ken Norton, in a you know, those are, you know, but it's the man was the undisputed heavyweight champion. He defended the belt 20 times. You know, it could have been against my grandmother, but you get 20 title defenses of the undisputed lineal heavyweight title. You know what I mean? You did something. And like Crawford, like just being the only fighter to go from 35 to 68, getting undisputed in 3 separate weight classes, 40, 47, 68, you know, yeah, like I think someone like Oscar fought a better murderer's row of opponents in his career. Sugar Ray Leonard has a better resume, you know, but like at the end of the day, 35 to 68, 3-time undisputed. Spence was undefeated and was the 3-belt champion. Victor Postal was undefeated and had knocked out Lucas Matisse to win the WBC belt. You know, Majimov was undefeated, tricky champion, had a lot of hype as a prospect, won a belt. And then Canelo was the favorite. Canelo was the undisputed super middleweight champion who was the favorite. And you beat him, an all-time great. And yeah, Canelo had shown signs of age against Skull really badly. It was one of the worst performances of his career. I think Crawford fought a better version of Canelo than was in May against Skull, but so I don't want to take away from it too much, man. You know, you could do that with a lot of guys. Floyd has as great a resume as anybody, but De La Hoya had a receding hairline and back fat. Shane Mosley was 38. Pacquiao had already been knocked out by Marquez. Diego Corrales probably was sticking around 130 too long. Miguel Cotto had already been stopped by Pacquiao and Margarito. Like, you know, you could play this game with a lot of guys, and at the end of the day, when you accomplish certain things, they speak for themselves, you know, and timing of opponent and who you beat. I'm happy to open up the context of that, but overall, when I judge his resume, it's strong. You know, he's one of the greats. So I still feel like his era wasn't as elite as the era I grew up in, and I don't even think I'm being biased. I think like the early 2000s welterweight division, I don't know if he gets through that undefeated and undisputed. If he had to fight Corey Spinks even and Vernon Forrest and Sugar Shane in his prime and Oscar in his prime and Tito in his prime and like, you know, Vernon and even Corey and shit, even I mean, he would have knocked the shit out of Ricardo Mayorga, but Ricardo Mayorga was dangerous at 147. So that was a different era. Bigger guys at welterweight. You know, it wasn't like Spence was considered such a big welterweight. De La Hoya and Trinidad were bigger than him. You know, Mosley was a much more explosive athlete than him. Vernon Forrest was 6 feet tall. So, you know, but he dominated his era, and that's all you can do. You know, I don't think Joe Louis's heavyweight era was that deep, but he's Joe fucking Louis, you know. Larry, you know, so. Nah, I got a lot of respect for Crawford. He could have fought in any era and been a great fighter. Do I think eras through the 80s to the early 2000s had deeper talent pools than the one he dominated? Yes, but did his thing. Sean, let's talk about why Keyshawn is ducking Debo. We don't know about any of that. Their purse bid is Monday. That's where things will really start to be revealed. So we'll see what's up. Fundora stops Floyd, Bud, and Boots. I don't think so. Floyd would have been an interesting fight because Floyd isn't a puncher like that, and you know Fundora. But I think Boots knocks Fundora out. But it's a tough fight. Fundora might piece him up, like, you know, It's a really good fight. It's one of the best fights that could be made. But I got Boots beating Fundora. Remember, Fundora's gotten a lot better, but he's still Fundora. And Erickson Lubin, a much less athletic southpaw than Boots, almost had Fundora out. And Lubin is not on Boots' level. And yes, Fundora's gotten better from that Lubin fight 4 or 5 years ago, but Sean, fantasy fight, Crawford versus Donald Curry. Who you got? Crawford. Curry wasn't as tricky and as versatile with his skill set than Crawford. Curry was sharp, coiled, good puncher, sharp, speed, but he didn't have as much of Crawford's different hand positioning, switching styles, creating off the jab. Wasn't quite the counterpuncher Crawford was, but that was just a different era, though. Like, Curry would have been a tougher, a better overall fighter at welterweight than any fighter Crawford fought in his era. So it'd be a good fight. It's a good fight, but I still would have Crawford over Donald Curry. Let's see. Tim Tszyu walked Errol down. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Let me see here. Where we at? Man, we still got over 700 people in here. Sean, would you not sign 30% of 1 million pay-per-view buys at least? What fight are we talking about? I don't think there's any fight right now getting 1 million pay-per-view buys. Lubin has a better chin than Boots. Based on what? I don't think Boots has been down yet. Lubin got knocked out in 1 round in certain fights, and going back to the amateurs was known not to have a good chin. Why is Keyshawn quiet like a church mouse now that Devin's in front of him? Shit is going on behind the scenes. Negotiation. We'll see. We'll see. Sean, it was tough watching Errol take this one. I was hoping he was going to retire on top. What about you? Nah, I mean, it's funny, Raheem was like, it can't end this way in Australia. And I'm like, it just might, bro. This might be exactly where it ends, is in Australia. So, Tank and Devin, 30% of 1 million. I don't think they're getting 1 million buys. No. Tank sent 30%. Tank can't even fight the rest of the year. Like, it's all bullshit with him right now. I'm sorry. Tank's not even, like, legally cleared to fight for the rest of the year, I think. So it's all bullshit. That was just Tank, looking to be a part of the conversation again. Missing, I don't care what he says, missing the spotlight a little bit. Everybody, the game starts to move on. It's like, hey, remember me? I'll fight Devin right now. I'll fight Shakur right now. I'll get on my Twitter burner account. Let's do it. 30%. What? It's like, stop, bro. Now you're gonna fight him after all this and just on a whim on Twitter. And no, stop. Again, he might come back and fight them because those are the fights that'll generate the most money. And when you're coming in off a layoff and getting into your 30s now, you're allowing yourself to become more beatable. So why risk losing to Roach or Pitbull or one of those guys? You might as well go for the biggest money. Errol lost chat. I'm sad. Don't be sad. He's all right. Just be happy he got through it unscathed. He got to flex that desire to get in there one more time. So it's a better note to close on than the Terrence Crawford fight. He made it the distance, was received well in Australia, fought his heart out to make it to the distance against Tszyu. It's not a horrible fight to hang your hat on, so he'll be all right. Just be happy he didn't get hurt. Hearns or Crawford? Hearns. Thomas Hearns. Thomas Hearns stops Crawford and Floyd Mayweather. That's what I think. Devin versus Ryan is still I think it kind of is the biggest fight. Although it could use a little juice with Ryan knocking out Conor Benn. That'll help that fight a lot. Because Ryan, for a moment in time in 2024, kind of crossed over and got this like celebrity, not even fan base. He didn't even become just a boxing star. For a minute there, he kind of crossed over, and it was like, damn, like now I'm covering a celebrity, and it was annoying because the Ryan fever from that fan base, because there was a lot of people who don't even know shit about boxing who just latched on to Ryan after the Haney fight. But if Ryan can recapture that audience with a big knockout over Conor Benn, ice his ass in front of everybody that's going to be tuned into this fight on Paramount, then it makes that rematch with Haney a lot bigger. Haney just has to win against Keyshawn. Just stay in the winner's bracket. But honestly, Ryan is the trick for Haney to pull off is if Ryan ices Conor Benn, he's going to be the draw. He's going to be the one with the star power. And then it's Devin's job to fight him on one of the Mexican dates, whether it's Cinco de Mayo or Mexican Independence Day weekend next year, and steal the thunder and beat him and get revenge. And then that's how he gets over, is by beating a popular Mexican-American star on one of the two Mexican dates. That's the formula. He could fight Shakur and Keyshawn and Rolly, Tio winner, and all that's well and good. But if he wants to get to where he really wants to go, he has to beat Ryan on one of those dates. That's how I see it. And if Ryan knocks Devin out in a rematch, then he's the guy in terms of box office, I think. And he's not there yet. Like the fight against Barrios, it did not draw as many people as you would think. This fight against Conor Benn, it'll draw a good number, but it'll be He's got to ice Conor Benn, to really get that momentum back after his win got overturned to a no contest, and then he lost to Rolly right after. Because it was just a little flicker in time in 2024 where he was crossing over and becoming like a little bit of a celebrity. So, who would have won between Ward and Canelo? Ward. I think Ward would have beaten Canelo and Golovkin. C Money said, Sean, I see you speak very highly of Trinidad, but all I saw was a power puncher who was very flat-footed, couldn't fight pure boxers. You had to be a hell of a pure boxer, though, to do it. Like, you had to be prime Bernard Hopkins, who had a size advantage and is one of the greatest middleweights that ever lived. Oscar boxed his ears off but couldn't sustain it. I still thought Oscar beat him. But, but Trinidad, he had some good hand speed, too, and it was a two-handed puncher, and his ferocity and relentlessness was, it didn't stop. And he had size at welterweight and 154. He grew into that weight beautifully. And again, had a beautiful right hand and a left hook, and a lot of heart and a lot of tenacity, excuse me. And if you dropped him, he came back even harder. Like, Trinidad was just a problem. He was just a problem. And that would have been a tough fight for Crawford. Yeah, Trinidad was a problem, man. Trinidad was a problem. Oscar was so good the night he fought Tito. Like, that was actually kind of his peak. It's just, the last couple rounds were what they were. I still thought Oscar beat him, but Oscar was brilliant in that fight, bro. His hand speed, I remember that fight was on when I was eating dinner with Terrence Crawford and Shakur Stevenson. And Terrence, I told this story last year. He was like on me. Oscar was good. And then I was like, yeah, but you would have beat him, right? And he was like, shit, I don't know. Like, and of course he thinks he would, but what he meant was that's how much respect he was giving Oscar, how good he looked in that Trinidad fight. Ward sucked. You're just holding face for Ward. Bro, Canelo's 5'8". Triple G almost lost to Daniel Jacobs. Like, he beats both of them. Canelo was a much bigger star, collected a lot more championships than Ward, was in much bigger fights. So you could argue Canelo is the overall greater fighter, but head-to-head at 168, Look, Ward, Andre Ward don't really fuck with me anymore. He never keeps in touch with your boy or nothing like that. He's never been on the channel, right? Ever since I started my own channel, he's never been on the channel. But Andre was a great fucking fighter. Like, he beats Canelo and Golovkin. He might have even beaten David, and I love David, but he might have beaten David Benavidez too. Andre was the truth. So, who wins between Roy and Hagler? Hagler. Or excuse me, Roy Jones. Roy Jones. Yeah, Roy Jones. I didn't know Oscar was nice like that. Oscar was amazing. So, there was a lot more to GGG's game than power puncher and face first brawl. I agree. He had one of the best jabs. Great pressure. Tucked his chin beautifully. You know, just when he was younger and he got you on the ropes, he put great placement. One of the great punchers, one of the great chins, and one of the great jabs. You know, Triple G is a great middleweight. Like, you know, Triple G is a great fighter. Don't get me wrong. Even if the resume is lacking, some of that wasn't his fault, though. He didn't get to, Sergio Martinez ducked him. Miguel Cotto ducked him. Canelo aged him out a little bit. You know, so don't get me wrong. Like, Triple G's a great fighter, but I think Ward would have beaten him. You know, I think Bernard Hopkins would have beaten him. I think James Toney would have beaten him. But Triple G was a great fighter. Don't get me wrong. I think Triple G would have beat Winky. I think Triple G would have stopped Jermaine Taylor. I think Triple G would have beaten Kelly Pavlik. Like, there's some bad, but I think he would have beaten Sergio Martinez. Like, Triple G was the shit. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's beating Andre Ward. So, let's be real, Sean. Nobody's touching Floyd fucking Mayweather. I think, you know, Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns would have beat him. I think De La Hoya in his prime might have out-hustled him to a decision. When Oscar threw those flurries in his prime, they were so eye-catching and made the crowd go loud. You know, Oscar might have eked out a decision against Floyd. Crawford would have been a really interesting fight against Floyd. Shane was 38 and almost knocked him out in the second round. Like, Floyd's probably a Mount Rushmore fighter when you consider everything he accomplished and everyone he beat, regardless of time of when he got them at, whatever time he got them at. But, no, I think Floyd, you know, I mean, even Paul Williams at 147 when he was beating Margarito, he might have beaten Floyd. Like, there's a number of guys in their prime that could have potentially beaten Floyd Mayweather. It's just hypotheticals only go but so far. In reality, in practice, 50-0, tons of Hall of Famers on the resume. You know, so a laundry list of incredible names and Hall of Famers and champions on his resume. So he's probably a Mount Rushmore fighter, but in their prime, in a hypothetical time machine fight where you just summon this fighter at the peak of their abilities, there's a number of guys who could have potentially beaten Floyd at welterweight. So, C Money says, I think Winky would have washed Floyd. I think Winky at 154 might have beat Floyd too. So, let's see. Sean, is Zab Judah a Hall of Famer? No, not quite, but he was undisputed. He was undisputed welterweight champion. Great talent. Not quite. Not quite. I love the Corey Spinks win. I think he deserves tremendous credit for knocking out Corey Spinks to become undisputed, for sure. But couldn't sustain it. James Toney versus David Benavidez. Who you got, Sean? Woo. That's a great fucking fight, man. I got to think about that. That's a great fight. I want to lean towards the old school and go James Toney, but James Toney could give up rounds, man, laying on the ropes, and he would let, you know, moments go in the fight a little bit. So I don't know. That'd be a great fight. So let's see. Let me see the live right now. Boy's getting a little tired, but we got so many people still rocking with me. I'm like, Should I leave when there's still 700 people hanging out in the chat? Let's see. 30 likes. Why would Dana want Joshua and Fury in the USA? Because he's a casual. He thinks that's still a big deal when it really shouldn't be anymore. Because it would still make a lot of money. Because Joshua and Fury are two of the rare fighters in today's boxing that a decent people around the world actually know who the fuck they are. So even though to someone like me or a lot of you in the chat probably, it's between two washed, way past their prime heavyweights where it really shouldn't mean so much anymore. You know, that's why Mayweather-Pacquiao 2 would be on Netflix, because they're two actual famous names with an actual following, and it can make a lot of money, and it can have prestige as an event. So he wants to take those biggest events for TKO. It's very simple, you know. If Inoue beats Bam, will you have him in your Mount Rushmore? I don't know. Inoue is just one of the greatest fighters to ever come through those weight classes. He's an all-time great. I think to get to Mount Rushmore, Inoue would like have to go to 26 and beat up Espinoza and Shushu and Leo and Figueroa. And if he got like another undisputed at 26, then yeah. But beating up Bam, that's just a great win. And he's just an all-time great. Like, can't say enough about Inoue. Let's see. Gail said, wrapped up my recap. It was a long day of boxing. We still have a Zuffa card tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be watching that too, Gail. Sean, what's next for Stephen Fulton after his epic scale fail? I don't know. And it's you know, you want to almost say, I don't know, I don't care, you know, because he's coming off a dominant loss to Foster. He's blown weight 2 fights in a row. You know, who cares? If he comes back, he comes back and fights again. I respect Steven. I think he was a borderline top 10 pound for pound guy. He was really, really good at 122, beating Angelo Leo, beating Brandon Figueroa, beating Danny Roman, beating Figueroa as an underdog in a rematch at 26. Like, he's been a very good fighter in his career, but these days, I don't know. It doesn't, you know, when it comes to 130, we want to see Foster and Navarrete unify. You know, if he's going to go to 35, that's the Abdullah Mason, Raymond Murataya stuff, and if Shakur gets back on. But yeah. All right, Maria's hopping out. I think that's a good time to go. She says, it's 2:30 a.m. It's been great, but I'm out. Thanks, Sean. Enjoy those fork pops to the family. Thank you, Maria. All right, I'll get out of here. Carrying on. Everyone have a great rest of the night. Have a great night, Gail. Tay-Day. C-Money. Panama. Have a good one, Panama. Rich, everybody. David Bedford. Thank you, everybody.